Good afternoon. Let's start sharply on time the next panel, which is allocating responsibility, duties, and rights of the agents of data ecosystem, a transversal approach on LGPD. We have Laila Bellix, Luciano, and Bruno Bioni. I am Eduardo Parajo. I'm part of the management committee. I'm one of the members, and I'll try to moderate this panel. So I give the floor to Luciano. Each one of the panelists will make a brief presentation on the topic, and then we open for Q&A, okay? Well, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here in this auditorium to talk about a multidisciplinary topic that concerns us, which is data law and consumers defense law. Although the title is broader, consumers defense, I'm not talking about legislation, but defense of consumers in a broader sense. We'll do this by different ways: the consumer law, the competition law, and also data law. But this creates a potential confusion of authorities who should enforce these standards, and it becomes more difficult to coordinate all of this, much more than when we talk about one single law and one single article. So it seems there is a lack of confusion between laws. So we have participated in the conception of LGPD. It was created with the participation of two peers, Alba and Danilo. And we have a background of working on the law, and we believe it's a positive law, but we should be very careful with areas that touch other laws. And we start talking about my talks by talking about my background. So we can be aligned when I make my final comments. So I started on the Chicago University, where the law and economics movement starts. I was the chairman of the Association of Law and Economy. So we want to use economy tools to solve legal problems. So I want to do a speech here about legal aspects, but I want to make some considerations about the behavioral consequences promoted by certain laws and a consequence analysis of what this law proposes. And also government, because the government makes decision and the law also becomes public. So many peers here will talk about different fields, and I decided that I have a broader approach, and then each one of them will discuss details. This is Run Cathedral, painted by Monet, an impressionist painter. He painted Run's Cathedral many, many times. When we see this painting at d'Orsay Museum, we believe it's a different cathedral. They look different, but they are the same cathedral. They change the vision position of the painter, light. So my approach is the economical analysis of the law. This is a metaphor used by Calabrese, who teaches at Yale. I tell where I come from, so some of my final remarks will make sense. If we work in this area, what really matter is data. We have to do public policies based on evidences and that I can control. This is not the dogmatic legal discourse, but this is my point of view. So in a technology event, we always talk about the famous Industry 4.0. Our challenge today in the Justice Ministry, which encompasses consumers' defense and the defense of competition, which is made by CAD, which connected with the Justice Department and will have this interaction with LGBT. This industry poses some challenges, and again, let's see data. It becomes much easier when we give examples. What's the Industry 4.1? In 2006, the top companies in the world were Microsoft, General Electric, engine turbines, and so forth. Third, Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was the third most valued company in the world. China Mobile, these are Chinese distributing phones, and Marlboro. Nothing against Marlboro, but it's a cigarette industry. And this ranking dates back to 2006. In 2017, we have Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and Facebook. This brings additional challenges in terms of competition, which are huge. Challenges that we did not have in the 20th century. Although the market was highly concentrated in 2006, they are not as concentrated as they are today. So doing consumers protection in this environment, it involves consumers legislation and protection to privacy, knowing what they do with your data, with the asymmetry of information that it's really large. And we have two authors from Chicago. I studied 1 year in Berkeley, but I don't believe technology will solve all problems in the world. And I don't believe that the worst thing is that by 2030, all jobs, as we know today, won't exist any longer, but I don't believe in this. We have the law for many, many years, but technology, how we'll use technology, this will change. So there is a book from Omni Ben Shahar, which is an empirical study, which is more information than you wanted to know. I'm talking about Chicago, what he said. He quantifies if we were to read all agreements we need to give, we would spend the whole day reading. And he quantifies. He decided to print the terms and conditions from Apple. If I give to my students to read, I don't know how much they will understand from what they were reading. I asked them if they use Face app. Many used and nobody read it. So you need to check up to what extent you should do this. And Shahar measures the average time people spend on the web to read terms and conditions, and the average is 6 seconds. He did an experiment, a very interesting one, which is a date app, an app for dating. And it it informed what they were doing with the data. We are going to share with social media, with the government, and many people decided in this exercise to approve the terms and conditions for this date app. So we should be very cautious if we believe in informed consent. Either you spend the whole day reading, and I must say it would be a very boring day. This is a negative externality of this large number of forms. The positive side is another book called The Trust Revolution by Todd Henderson, where he says that the government had a monopoly to certify some markets characterized by information asymmetry. For instance, taxis. If you want to get a taxi, you need to hire someone, you don't know the driver, so the municipality would inform you about the driver and the price until technology allows you to that a interaction platform tells you who is the driver and the price. Therefore, the Uber competes with the municipality and not with the private sector. This will happen in different markets. The central bank may lose power because technology can reduce information asymmetry. So there are pros and cons in this process. In the area of digital economy, this is an area of interaction with three different areas: competitors, consumers, and data protection. Especially when you use the competence takes care of the market, so you have information asymmetry, and you are working on this environment. They have a constitutional pillar. So there is a constitutional right for free entrepreneurship, so you can join the market and stay there. You should protect an excess of legislation on the part of the government. And there is a fundamental right of consumers' defense, and there is an amendment to protect data. So when we work with economic analysis, we ask, why law to protect data? And the image here shows me visiting a French department, which is called CNIL, the French agency to protect individual freedom. So there is a law to protect data aiming at protecting an individual freedom. Privacy, let's say. But people work in political and market environment. That's why this law interferes in other areas, like free competition and consumers. The question is, LGPD deals only with privacy, or it's an externality when there is a leakage? It's an individual issue that you can correct, or you have a data pollution, something similar to environmental law. There is an externality created that impacts all society. So you have an app, the running app, which shows people running, and you can discover where you have a military base in the Pacific. But this data delivery is a collective externality that can impact everything. So these are three important areas to take care. So while big techs are working, they are working in an environment that should be of free competition, because everybody has the fundamental right to join and participate in the market and make decisions as consumers. Because there's no point in having one single consumer. I want to exercise my freedom. So we have a discussion between economic right, competition, consumers' right. But LGPD is not 100% right. We don't want LGBT to be a barrier to the entrance of small and medium company. So we should be very careful when we define new standards, so we won't create barriers to the entrance of small and medium companies in the market. So you have a positive side, but we should be always very attentive not to create additional bureaucracy. There's no point in asking 10,000 consents and we'll solve privacy problems. When I go to Europe, that's what I feel. You start popping up lots of agreements that you have to sign. And what's the consequence at the end of the day? You have another problem of coordination. You have different laws dealing with the same fact, and the same fact can be a violation to LGBT, but can be a violation to antitrust law and consumers law. Like a car accident may be a violation to penal code or any other area. Based on the original it seemed that NPD could exploit agencies for consumer defense agencies who would prevail in cases of data leakage. Our position was accepted by the Congress, so we changed the original text so that the scope of NPD won't ban the control of factual situations that can represent a violation to LGPD and consumers defense law. And we believe that if we have a violation to competition, CAT can be responsible to solve the problem. Not to mention LGPD applied to the public sector. And I believe this topic was not explored sufficiently. To many countries like the US, FTC takes care of consumers' defense. Other countries take care of others areas, but we need to make things in a coordinated way. Let's not forget, competition is good for all of us. The best will win, and the best will offer best products, will offer innovation, and a diversity of products and services that were up to now inexistent. We should be very careful that in this environment, the economic power of a company won't ban the existence of other companies. If this happens, the consumer will be isolated completely in this scenario. Europe is doing this. I won't discuss case by case, but we use defense of competition to solve antitrust problems in the European market. We have cases with Google, Facebook. Facebook made an agreement recently in the US, and he'll pay a fine of $5 billion. In Brazil, we don't have these amounts. The maximum value from Senacom, it's 9 million. We have cases in Europe of Facebook committing its making integration with Facebook, and he did it and was penalized consumers' right can help a lot here. There are a part that deals with nudge and behavioral bias. So if we study LGPD, it's very positive to study behavioral economy. We can discuss this later in this session, but those who create economic rationale for the problem will win with this discussion. I think about sustain, about nudges. So there are lots of contributions that we can use when we talk about consent. If you are interested, this book, Focus on Technology, is available. We have many cases at Senacom which are public. They are public. They deal with data leakage and digital data protection issues. I could say that we are highly concerned with OCDE. CAGI is member of OCDE. This is the maximum position. CAGI is an agency considered as a reference agency. We can include Senacom at the same level of CAGI, and we should adopt 4 norms from OCDE, basically involving consumers' defense in the digital sphere. And the recommendation of OCDE is to use competition and consumers law without the benefits of LGPD. So with this tripod, we get the final goal, which is to protect privacy, but a privacy that respects the fundamental right of free competition. So I am on time. I am Thank you, Luciano.
Mas tem duas coisas boas, né? A primeira...
I have 2 positive points. Nobody's sleeping in the room. Usually after lunch, people sleep, but we can see here that everybody's alert. And we should have 3 hours to discuss this topic, not only 2. This topic is a hot topic, and then we lose control of time. But then I would hand it over to Laila. So
Boa tarde a todas e todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, sharing this panel with you and talking from my approach. I'd like to introduce myself because who I am tells a lot about what I'm going to talk about. So I have a degree in public policies management, and I have been working with transparency, access to information, and open government. And in the government, I had an experience in the city administration of São Paulo, and also an experience supporting different state government levels in Brazil. And today, I'm talking on behalf of Instituto de Governo Aberto, an institute that I founded. We are from the civil society, and we support governments in transparency and openness projects. So I think this is important to say because we joke around. I come from transparency, open data, access to information. So it's very nice to meet the people in this panel. So I would like to bring my point. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not talking about the perspective of law, but I am an implementator. And I will try to bring some reflections I had in my experiences about how these topics, access to information, data protection, privacy, open data, can be turned into public policies, can come to reality in the day-to-day of civil servants, managers, administrators throughout the Brazilian cities, which is where the population lives. So this is my approach. And I would like to start talking about transparency and data openness. And so I would like to cross that then with data protection and talk about some challenges, some that I remembered and others that will certainly be brought about by you in your questions. When we talk about transparency and access to information, we have two important landmarks, which is the Information Access Law and the National Policy of Open Data. It's not by coincidence that that was the last decree that was passed by President Dilma before the impeachment. Let's talk about opening data, that the federal government has to open data, and it's a landmark because since 2011, we have seen a growing strong movement of advances in transparency of information in Brazil and the opening of data. This context was very strong. There was a wave in Latin America and other countries, and we can see that getting to Brazil. The thing is that we still have bottlenecks, and this has not been completely consolidated. There are still some threats that come up every now and then, and in this process, transparency and data opening are located. In terms of open data, this is the Open Data Index of Open Knowledge Foundation. It analyzes a series of data in 6 different aspects of how much open this information is. So it talks about license, if it is possible to be downloaded or not. So a series of information. The good news is that this is in 2016, and Brazil was ranking 8th. And if you compare other indexes and other issues, it's a very good position for Brazil. However, I'd like to make a comment and add some information to this panel. The main bottlenecks that were found in Brazil have to do with land properties, locations, air quality, and company information. And why did I want to focus on these bottlenecks? Because when I'm going to talk about some cases, some challenges, they have to do with these topics that we are talking about and exactly what data is open in Brazil and what data is not open and why. So I think this is, an important issue for discussion. As for the national policy of open data, we are also doing quite well. About 70% of our database are open at the federal level. 17% we don't, and I believe it's 12. I cannot read the slide well, but you can. Are in the process of being open. So you see that we are in the process of opening data, and at what proportion. In this panel, you have what ministries and government agencies that have not posted open data policies and still do not know what information is going to be provided. So you have the Ministry of Environment, you have different universities, other ministries, a series of agencies that still do not have an open data policy. And that's what my point is. We have moved on, but there are still some bottlenecks, some issues to be addressed. As for access to information, we have also moved a long way in Brazil. This is the report of the 5 years of the Information Access Law in Article 19 that brings cases of how the right of accessing information has been granted in Brazil and how this impacted different rights. Belo Monte, hydro plant, illegal abortion. So several aspects in which information access law was paramount and how the government granted this access. And the other is in the 7 years of the law, an analysis of secrecy, how much we still have difficulty to classify information as confidential. So although the information access law consolidated at the federal level, we still have many difficulties. And when we talk about states and municipalities, the difficulty is even greater. In our experience as an institute, when we talk about information access law, which is a law that is 7 years old, public administrators still do not know about it, never heard of it, or need more information about it and do not even know how to find it. So we moved on, but there are bottlenecks. I brought you some examples. This is a recent case this year that the Ministry of Environment removed map information from the web. So we are talking about advancing with transparency, but at the same time, this advance is not consolidated. Removing public information from the web without public debate and without dialogue on why it is important is a countersense, despite all the advances. Another case that is important is that the information access law this year, there was an attempt to change it to expand the list of people that ask for confidential private information. And there was a mobilization of several agencies, and the government stepped back. But again, it's not because we have been talking about this law for 7 years that this is an unarguable point. And there's another point I would like to bring to you, which is the administrative structure for information access. In terms of governance, when you talk about information access, you're talking about the CGU as the agency that has national capillarity, so they have sub-regional offices in all states, and you're also talking about the NDA, the Open Data National Infrastructure. And why do I talk about that? Because these are two governance structures that have to have a dialogue so that you have an integrated policy. You cannot have governance without an articulation between these two agencies. Well, you can, but then you're not going to have as effective results. And here, I'm not going to read all that, but basically these are the parts of the information access laws that talk about personal data protection, consent, and just a comment here. When you're talking about companies, there is a debate on consent and access to services that theoretically, not that I believe it, but theoretically, you may decide not to access a service. You may decide not to join social media. But in the public sphere, you cannot choose not to access public services and therefore not give your personal data. So for you to access public services, public personal information is paramount, and the state will store the data. That's how you access public policies. And in the national policy of open data, it says that the open data infrastructure has the capacity of establishing norms related to the issue. And why am I talking about that? Because that's important in the context of data protection. With the protection law, we advanced a lot in our guidelines, but we still have gaps in implementation. And what I wanted to say is that while we are here, public administrators, civil servants are coping with challenges in trying to understand what information should be open, what information should be preserved. And they are doing that upon their own discretions without many elements for their decision. It is almost intuitive. It depends on the perception of administrators and not based on clear guidelines and policies. And here, I wanted to bring you this case. It's quite emblematic on how open data have to do with data protection. This is an article by G1. based on a database that was opened by the government. And they got details on the lives of adolescents based on open data. And in the law, when you're talking about data protection, you're talking about governance exercised by the ANPD. And then there are some issues I would like to bring to you and some challenges and cases that I would like to share. Openness and privacy are on the day-to-day of public administration. Civil servants deal with this all the time. This is the Information Access Report of CGU in Brazil in 2017. The main reason to deny requests for personal data is protection of data. So this is the right to privacy, and it can be a right for you not to open data. I'm not saying that we should deny requests, but we don't know what the line is, where it should be drawn. Another case, the city administration of São Paulo opened information on land taxes, the IPTU. It was the first attempt to open information which was okay in Brazil, but on the other side, there is a norm from the Ministry of Environment saying that rural land information should not be open because you are protecting personal data. And again, there is a clash between opening land information in the state of São Paulo and denial to access this information for rural properties in Brazil at the federal level. And remember, I wanted to talk about the Open Data Index, talking about property being a topic to be discussed, environment, these are all very controversial issues, and we still don't know whether we should open them or not because of personal data protection. And there are other cases, other requests for information that administrators receive. This is in the city administration of São Paulo. Here, for instance, a request. I would like to know if this person was an inpatient at hospital X on day Y. These are requests. Here, I would like to request the list of all members that lived in the hotels of the Open Arms program, with specification of hotel and year in the program. Should we not? Here, I would like to know the total number of agencies in the call center of the city administration. Here, a copy of all people who went in and out the city administration of services and constructions, pedestrians and cars. See, these are requests that public administrators receive. And these are not public administrators that are discussing this with us. They come from the different departments of the city administration. They don't know what to do. And we sometimes have questions. How do we solve this dilemma between accessing the information and preserving privacy? And perhaps the challenges here is to have a systemic view integrating these two subjects. You cannot think that you have CGU and you have the national authority, and these agencies are not thinking in an integrated manner how to approach transparency and privacy. We cannot have separated agendas, and we cannot rule out implementation of these policies. How will municipalities implement these policies? Are they getting the information? The feeling we have is that the information access law is getting to them now after 7 years. But how about these other issues in the different spheres? And we have to think about that. We have to train public administrators. They have to understand the topic in order to make decisions. And it's not only control agencies or those that take care of transparency and data protection, because the dilemmas of these laws are lived on the day-to-day in all governed areas, and managers and administrators have to be aware of the process. And in the sense, we have to think of a limit between protection and data openness. And I don't think that we can close the discussion just from the legal perspective, just in the realm of legal issues. We have to involve other players. And the decision is not only on the public power side. We have to establish a dialogue in the civil society of those that are fighting for public policies and think things together. We will not be able to have effective responses if we put these topics in a single box. And then you think of challenges, incorporate anonymization data, disaggregation. You can open data, preserving sensitive information. This is not a fallacy. You can do that. There are techniques to do that. And the first step is to manage information, to have data catalogs, raise what information you have in the public government, how safe they are, who accesses the database, if this person goes. And this is very interesting. I remember a case in the city administration of São Paulo. We would ask, who accesses this information system of health, for instance? Why X and Z? What when they leave the city administration? That's a basic question. They didn't know. Oh, yes, we have to take their names out. We have to remove their accesses. This is a lack of understanding. So I think this is a challenge. And then very, very briefly, I would like to leave some food for thought about things that we can think about when we consider these issues. Today I was the International Open Government Meeting in Canada, and the commissioner made a reflection that I would like to share with you. We advanced a lot. We wanted data openness and transparency, but we also created a problem in privacy. Then we went after privacy, and we are creating other problems. How long are we going to continue thinking about things in separate? Shouldn't we integrate them all together in a framework of human rights? Think, data openness cannot let minorities in a fragile position. Data openness has to expose data, sometimes sensitive data, but that have relevant interest, public interest, like deforestation and rural properties possession. So we have to ensure transparency of subjects that are of public interest, at the same time preserving the privacy of minorities and not creating further problems. Well, you have my contact information here, and I thank you for listening. Thanks, Laila. Now I'm going to turn the floor to Renato. But before, I would like to make a comment. During the approval of the law, I always thought of the building doorman. You know, if someone asks you to take a picture, to ask for your ID card information, how about in gyms when you have facial recognition? So we have many, many challenges. Anyway, Renato, it's up to you now. Good afternoon, Ione, Luciano, Laila. Good afternoon, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be in CGI. I was in my iPad trying to make a link with what Laila was saying in such an interesting presentation. And I remembered this article, two articles really, that relates to the possible conflict of our LGPD and the information access law. And also another link with the topic of our debate, which talks about allocation of responsibilities. And I did a very brief survey of LGPD and LAI and the term responsibility or accountability. In LGPD, I found 5 references, but using what Lila said in terms of personal information being made available or not, in LAI, LAY, attributes responsibilities of public servants that do not have mechanisms of protection in what they call personal information, which are our personal data, the debate in the LGPD. And the definition is the same, data that can identify a person. And in this list of responsibilities, you have 3 situations in which information protection is mandatory, as LAI demands. And what Lila said is, do we have technology? In fact, it was a statement. It was not a question. We do have technology today to ensure access to information in such a way we do not violate LGPD, that is, not making available personal information, as the Information Access Law states. So we almost have a complementation to the Information Access Law with LGPD to protect personal data. In LGPD, we have 5 references that refer to accountability or responsibility. I'm going to talk about 10 minutes, then I'm going to show you 4 slides just to revisit some cases. But it starts with Section 9 in LGPD, talking about our rights, the rights of data holders, individuals, us. Amongst our rights, see, in paragraph 6, in item 6, we have the right to have access to the responsibility of agents that are going to handle data. If we inverse the concept, let's leave our rights and go to our obligations, or to the obligations of those that collect and handle data. It is saying that individuals or legal entities should bring the information and their responsibilities. That's interesting. And if that is not done, I think it is a violation to the LGPD and therefore subject to penalties. Recurrence can be even heavier penalties if people continue to violate the law. But how can we do that? How can I say what my responsibilities are? Let's make a practical exercise. The other day, I was talking to a colleague, and he said, Renato, I visited this client. He also worked with LGPD. And the client asked what was different about me from other service providers. And he asked me, what do you think I should say? And I said, what are your obligations as a service provider? You're going to have access to important data, including sensitive data, not only in the sense of LGPD, but as a whole. Don't you have to be more in compliance than your client? Why not getting to your client and say, have you checked if your service provider is compliant with LGPD? So it's just a brainstorm, but I'm trying to do this now. But I work at a law firm. I'm a lawyer. Well, most of you know it. And we lawyers, we have an additional obligation. in addition to everything established by LGPD. And this is obligation that comes from our bylaws that says that the data of our clients should be kept secret, confidential. So this is our responsibility. So how can I do that in practice? Well, the first thing I would do, and again, I'm thinking about this right now with you, I would say the following. I have an extra additional responsibility as a law firm, as a lawyer, in addition to anything else. So in item 6, if you make this reference, in addition to all others within limits, you are already in compliance with item 6. Another term that brings responsibility has to do with our rights as data holders. We have the right to access information about how data is collected and kept. Some people said, what is the size of the key that you use to protect sensitive data? What are the characteristics? What are the algorithms that we use? Renato Leite is going to talk about that, about algorithms. This is very important. So all these technical details, if they are too deep, they can generate the opposite result. They may generate irresponsibility because you have an excess of information and therefore you are generating vulnerability. So what is difficult is to dose, to balance things so that you can manage your responsibility. And I identified 6 references to the term responsibility. I'm going to do it again because it was a bit of an improvisation, but let me Google that. I got 3 in the LGPD, 6, sorry. So I talked about section 9, second reference, section 2. It talks specifically about responsibility. Only 2 items. When there is violation of data handling, the national authority can have the due measures to end with this breach of responsibility. And the other item, the national authority can ask public agents, see, you're talking about public agents, to publish impact reports. And, impacts are very relevant for us to show how sensitive it is to collect data. And when you go to Section 3, Article 42, then you go into a bit more detail about responsibility and allocation, which is the subject of our panel. So this is the personal data that is up to you for us to move on with our discussion. And just as a side comment, this is my contact information, my personal contact information for us to move on with the discussion. This is just the appetizer. The next 16th, we are going to go deeper into the discussion. We have so many questions. We have to use those opportunities to settle our doubts. So, Article 42, talking about responsibility and refunding of and awarding of damages. So, sometimes I forget to talk about the 2 parties that are very important. The initial collector of data that owns the data, in theory, the second owner. We are the first owner. The controller is going to be the second owner. If the controller has no technical capacity or when it's not the core business of theirs, can resort to third parties to help them with that, which can be data processors or eventually data operators of data that is collected and is being handled. And here, there is room for one point of highlight. Differently from GDPR, in LGPD, we have a greater responsibility, greater obligation of paying more attention to contracts between controllers and processors or operators. You choose the name you wanted. And this is what is going to define responsibilities and guarantees. And not only responsibilities itself, who is going to pay what, or who is going to do what, guarantees and insurances, but also other details that generate responsibilities. And Luciano is here to talk about the obligation to inform that we are going to have with LGPD when we have a leakage of information. We are certainly going to talk about that. Many of you already work in the area. I met several friends here. But in this law, we do not have this direct obligation. It is still subjective, and ANPD is going to make it clear who has to inform, when, in what timeline, etc., when a risk is detected.
Just going a little deep further, I believe it's very sensitive, the obligation to needs compulsory to inform the market when there is a leakage, because this may cause more damages than the damage itself. Authorities, protection agency, yes, they work together to protect the whole society, and the company that did not want to have the leakage but had. So going back to contract, I highlight the importance of controller versus controller with additional clauses of this. And why eventual clauses? Because eventually, in situations involving consumption relationship, the LG clause won't be able to be adopted. So what applies is the right for 45, the hypothesis of violations of consumption relationships going to the concept of responsibility remain rules included in the actual law, which are objective responsibilities, so much so that we have the forecast of having exceptions of responsibility of FCDC. And bearing in mind that there is still a discussion, which is the objective and solidary responsibility. And finally, it was responsibility which was included on paragraph 4th of section 55J, which was dismissed. So we have to synthesize the first condition, the definition to explain which are the responsibilities, and second, the figure of the operator and the processor, the controller and operator. Third, characteristics, the legal nature of responsibility, objective and solidary agreements of responsibility, and all this chain of distribution and allocation, which will have a major focus that will protect the holder. So it brings the inclusion of the burden of the proof. And we need to be prepared to interpret these institutes. Well, briefly, I will show the slides I have prepared. We have the legal framework, but I brought the treatment agents, controller, and operator. And here we have the definition, the legal definitions of what each one of them does. Let's reinforce these concepts because it creates responsibilities. But when I mention the contract, it's important in the case of data leakage in the processor to define everything that will happen if a leakage occurs. Who pays what insurance will be called. If you want the slides, you can ask me on any one of the contacts I presented in the previous slides, and you can take pictures. If you want to post it, you can do. Just include the hashtag. Here, exceptions, a responsibility that I mentioned. There was no violation of the law because of the holder or third parties. These are the exceptions of the law itself. This is more a joke. We have the image of excess of protection. So we may have well, I will encrypt, and if I lose the key for the sake of information security, everything on my resume is false. I have a series of questions here that we may include in the debate that will be defined and explained by the national authority. Not only responsibility itself, but who is the person responsible, the number of people, a company small or medium, and so forth. And here, getting to the end, I make a provocation. I don't know the answer yet. This is a permanent discussion, but I close mentioning the image of the person responsible. He needs an insurance. Does he have any responsibility? But he'll only relate with authorities. He will raise the awareness of people. That's what he does. He'll guide people, but if he gives the wrong orientation or have the wrong approach with authorities, so the clerk or the person in charge, I think Laila mentioned, Laila from Serasa said the following: you are in a call center today, and you're talking with the operator. You can get to a stressful situation. I know we are never irritated with call centers, but in the eventuality of we being bad humor, she answered, bear in mind that at that moment she has access to all your personal data and some other data, so be polite with call center operators. I never thought from this point of view, but we should always be polite with everybody. So I make this alert here about the responsibility of the person in charge, the clerk. These are the sanctions. And I close here, 0 minutes. You know this image, but I think it's important to pray for serenity, so that God give us courage to change for better, discussing more and more these issues, and serenity to support what we know that is wrong, but we can change. But above all, that we have the wisdom to balance these two things. Thank you for your attention. Well, we'll need to have lots of serenity. Challenges are huge. So I hand it over to Bruno Bioni to make his presentation. It's encrypted. I will move to Bruno, and then we have some time for Q&A. Good afternoon. For those who do not know me, I'm Bruno Bion. I'm the founder of Data Brasil, and this presentation is very important for me because I return and so if you invite me, it's because I left the doors open. So it's a very special for me to be here today. I will try to do my presentation based on the title of this panel, and I will talk a lot about accountability. This is the survey I'm trying to do in my PhD thesis. So the term responsibility in the plural responsibilities, it's very important to understand who is responsible for what. And the law has a very peculiar design. So we should try to understand how a series of rights and duties are allocated, distributed, and how this is synchronized to have a shared responsibility about protection of personal data. It does not belong only to the data holder, economic agents, or the future agency for data protection, but it belongs to everybody in this ecosystem. And to understand and be able to check if this hypothesis makes sense, we should give a step back and try to answer what is the regulation model that we have in the the personal data protection law, how we distribute this. So I'll try to present an overview of each to try to understand the rationale behind this allocation of a series of obligations imposed by the law. And second, to say, yeah, we have this system, we have this rationale. How can I balance and see which is the accountability of each one of the players in this ecosystem? So in line with Professor Olga said in the morning, especially on personal data field, we have a sign of the type of regulation which is distributed in many domestic laws. It's in many laws, both in Europe, Asia Pacific, the Japanese law, in Latin America. So we have an indication, a clear indication that we are not betting in logic of regulation of command and control. The state is the monopolist of the regulation, and he defines it's I won't consult players, I won't consult anyone. This is that's my standard of regulation. Take it for granted, and you'll be charged if you didn't abide by this logic. So it's command and control. I define the command, and then I control specifically in this responsive logic of punishment. What we have today in the design of new laws to protect data, it's a new logic. Regulator and legislators, they can check that this is a regulation area where you have lots of information asymmetry. So no matter how well equipped is the regulator, no matter how well prepared the regulator is, he's not able to have the dimension of the market he needs to control. So we are talking about the auto industry, credit, retail. It's a transversal law that has a huge impact. Who will be able to see all peculiarities of this niche? Because of this, what we do is the following. You give a trust vote for them and say, you on the floor of the plant can tell me the risks, and you can start the processes where you will control the risks of your activities. So I'll define targets like we had in the Consumers Defense Code, products and product. We need to have products and services which are friendly to protect personal data, and they are responsive to this set of regulations. This also indicates a huge movement in the protection of personal data when you start to see the regime of rights and duties, not from the point of view of guaranteeing the holder a control of the movement of his personal data, to control the personal information. It's not only the right to have access, to know what you have about me, to rectify, to oppose, or to consent what they are doing with my data. But we have a logic where you synchronize this right to control this information with a series of obligations on the part of economic agents. And no matter if you are controlling or not the data, what really matters is that if you are being responsible in your activities not to create additional risks and damages. It's like an open dialogue, not only the rationale to control the movement of data, but also controlling the risks of these activities. Risks differ according to each sector, different sectors, and who define the risks are the economic agents. So we work with the idea of considering the damages of risks and to the collectivity. So this is clear, and I'll cover this briefly in things that we have discussed today. This is a divided bowl to define what's the scope of application, to define if it's personal data or not. What the law says. It's an open concept. It's not personal data if you can change the process based on reasonable efforts. And what does reasonable efforts mean? It's open. It means that if you can't change the process, if we don't take exclusive use of your personal means. It means that this is a permissible law. It was created to help you. So you have 10 hypotheses where you can support your activities and protection of personal data. Who will define these 10 priorities? The economic agent. And we have a flexible database, and who assesses if the legitimate interest prevails on the expectation of the holder, if the has negative externalities for human rights and environment. It's the economic agent. So we have a scenario where we have discretionarity, and the strategy to have to find midways. But you need to, so you should shed light on these procedures and what you're including on your balance. So this is the principle of accountability. So accountability is here not for mere chance. Show me the tools you use to manage the risks of your activities and prove the efficacy of these tools. This let us look the law as a toolbox. What I mean, this regulation strategy comes together with a series of instruments that are an invitation for economic agents to render account. The big question today is, Bruno, how do I look and I become accountable? You need to dissecate the law of data protection. And in this registration, you will make it clear why that data is personal or not. You will look the general personal protection on general law, and we'll see a series of limitations presented. Like once you're doing a treatment of data protection, do an assessment here. This is what Afonso said. Try to calibrate your instruments. If you're using high risks for holders, prepare an impact report. And it goes along the line, if you are committed with this, where's your corporate program? Where is the documentation of your company? Have you met with your peers to create a conduct code that defines what are these general measures for your field, like in the communication area or applications providers? You should have a conduct code for this. At the end, you would be able, activating all these tools, to including the markets, products, and services that are sensitive to the data protection. This is a very difficult concept, but for this we face a huge problems. We talk about tools, about processes, documents, but how can we guarantee this is only being bureaucracy, which will be an artificial bureaucracy, and to what will make me understand which are the incentives. We should do this not only on the side of economic agents, but the regulating agency. And this is the question mark in the Brazilian discussion. When you have these limitations, the major protagonist to start this conversation is the regulating agencies. If we consider a big agency, we have Sebacon and many other regulating agencies, how they will guide, how the national authority will coordinate this process. That's why when you look the pyramid of protection of personal data law, what's the first goal? Let's guide, let's promote, let's give documentation to help economic agents to understand all points. And the pivot point is this authority will need to dialogue, will need to have regulating conversations where it needs to use public consultation tools. You need to invite Telebrasil, Sebranet to talk. When it makes a decision, we'll have to do an analysis of regulating impact. So it needs to be very responsible, those who holds the pen to sign the document. So we should think, what are these regulation designed by the authority in this big ecosystem, and how you call economic agents to give you the inputs on this. Tell me, what are the risks? What do you think about legitimate interest? What are the reasonable efforts? I want to have something based on discussions. I don't want to define something I believe about this topic. And one of the major issues here, and this is one of the main bottlenecks when we talk about this, is the last stage of the dialogue. When nothing works, you guided, you made auditing, and you created agreements, you use this last stage of dialogue, which has different levels to talk. The idea of the personal data protection law, I should take into account this to calibrate the penalties that will do apply to these economic agents. If you activated well the key tool of the law, creating impact reports, adopting good behavior codes, launching products and services by design, in theory, you controlled risks, you were more cooperative, you understood the message made by the law, and you were the most accountable possible. So I would calibrate less severely what you're doing. But you had the report, you have a corporate program. Change your practice instead of just fining or blocking your activities to deal with personal data. I am opening a dialogue. And what's really important is that calibration of this penalty is a duty on the part of the regulating agency. It should take into account this scalability of punishments and penalties, and what's really important that it's included on Article 53. This scalability should be visible. It's clear on Article 53. You need to call a public consultation to inform how we'll dose these punishments, and you need to include this methodology and state it clearly in a regulation. So when we think about rendering accounts, and look the definition on the law, it says the agents that treat personal data, controllers, operators, but when you look the design as a whole of the law, who should also be considered responsible? The regulating agency. Who should define dialogue in terms of regulation, especially through the instruments where I presented before, where you talk, you guide, and only then you punish. It is very important to consider the context of the regulation. And this is very important, especially in the Brazilian scenario. This idea of meta-regulation was created in regulatory environments where we have national authorities of data protection well grounded. When we transplanted this to Brazil, maybe we can kill the patient. What's the profile of our authority? We'll have a technical profile that will define this dialogue in an efficient way. When we look national authorities for personal data protections, are well equipped both in manpower and technically. They have labs of technology, people with IT background to check the behavior of the market. Will we have this in the Brazilian scenario? Considering cases like today in Brazil, we deal with this agenda. Who are the NGOs which are specialized in the protection of personal data? Who is the media? So we can have representativeness to discuss this issue. In the Brazilian scenario, we don't have a culture to protect personal data. Because I say so, because to put in motion this system, we should consider the size of the ecosystem, and a civil society that includes third sector, the private sector, the academia that is strong will define if we'll be able to scale this pyramid as included in the law. And this has to do with the capacity of our regulating agencies to promote this kind of conversation. So maybe we can think in terms of governance in the protection of personal data. Regulator is not only the state, but also the private sector, also third parts that do certification And what are these instruments that will start this dialogue? How can we use public consultation to talk about protection of personal data in Brazil? How the authority will analyze regulatory impacts? I will decide not based on what I think, but according to what data says and what the private sector presented to me and what the social society argue. How can I include this when I design the guidelines and rules? How can I do name and shaming to appoint the bad players so they will have a reputation loss and create a market where you can promote competitiveness. So I'll go to competition or to other entity because it offers better data protection. This idea of the authority being able to appoint and publicize bad player is very important. And a point in Brazil, how will apply the FTD and every agreements? FTD receives all funds. How they will apply these resources? We can create fundings for research centers to assess these funds, and then they can feed a culture of data protection. How we'll sign agreements with universities so they can help the process of monitoring and supervision, bearing in mind that we'll have an authority with very few funds. We saw something unique in the process to approve the new law, which was a coalition, a multi-sectorial coalition. The private sector wants, the third sector wants, the NGOs want, and they created a manifest and they triggered the movement. From the point of view of promoting these regulating conversations, how can we define a new multi-sectorial coalitions to make this law to be adopted in Brazil? Then the idea of governance in network is something we are going to create. How the different stakeholders will contribute. Cases are happening in this system to protect consumers. How can we create this network to use a word adopted by Laila? Bruno. So the big point here is accountability. Accountability not only for operators and economic agents. This is the optimal point of the regulation. If we have more accountability and more responsibilities, we'll have super regulations. If we don't have this on the private sector or the regulation agents, will have self-regulation or a traditional regulation, command and control. If we have more accountability, we'll create a network of governance. Procon doing something, Senacon doing something different, Bacen, other regulating agents doing different things. They won't have this network of coordinations. If we can have more calibration of penalties and will reward good behaviors. I'm rewarding those who did not cross that borderline. I'm focusing on bad players instead of being responsive, punishing. If I have more accountabilities and responsibilities, I have a logic of damages to avoid damages. Sanction works to change a behavior and then disclose that. If I have more accountability and responsibility, I'll have a social dimensions in the protection of social data, a collective control of data privacy, and not only this, the owner controlling its own data. These logics do not oppose one to the other. And then, Bruno, you are really daydreaming. This what happened in Brazil. Tell me if this already happened and proving how good it is to be here. What happened to help Brazil improve SPAN? We had a governance network to discuss this topic. Government, the third sector, and the private sector, and the academic sat together. And they said the point is to change the door from where people receive a certain amount of mass messages. It created a technical support, and what was really fundamental, the cooperation of those who would punish if this was not well implemented, to say, we are going to cross this line, we are going to adopt these new technical standards, but we know legally what this will cause. Not only by the private sector, but all sectors that were part of this governance group. Social dimension of data protection. Spam is not bad, but the Brazilian society receiving spam is bad. So my point is, we need to look accountability as this optimal point of regulation so we can balance discretionality. How can we generate, and this a coalition, multi-sectorial coalition, to put the law in motion. These are my contacts, personal contacts, and I'll make a personal merchant. I am founder of Data Privacy Brazil. We have lots of courses starting September, October. Be mostly welcome if you want to proceed with this conversation. Thank you very much, Bruno.
I'm glad that we did not arrange this. We just talked each one about different topics, but everyone addressing public, private sectors, entities, and to screen different aspects of the topic. We have still some time left for questions. So please tell us your name, to whom you are addressing your question to, or if anyone can answer. This new generation is keen on games and to be rather provocative. And I would like to raise a reflection here, and maybe you can address your suggestions as well as Bruno did. Well, I did not make any publicity about myself yet. Can I have my last slide, please? In the Ministry of Justice, we have a site for dispute, which is consumer.gov.br. As that is a very large public, next semester we will face a challenge, which is to fit this platform to our data regulation. That has to happen for the good or for the bad. 81% of solutions. So this is a platform with an app. You can solve that in just 6 days. You have to register yourself. Data regulation. This is a challenge for you to think over. Thanks for your service. Good afternoon. I have a question to Laila, but if you also like to answer, no problem. I am Bernardo. I represent the Public Ministry of Innovation of the state of Rio de Janeiro. Laila mentioned IP territory taxes and other issues like that. There is also something to do about the database of electronic invoices, public procurement, but there are some treasury secretaries which are releasing single figures for consumers to check to find where they can get the cheapest price ever for hearing purpose. According to the LGPD and fiscal confidentiality, we may oblige an agent to release his data. But my question has to do with the governance model behind it. Data cannot be extracted nor being anonymous to become public. That it comes from a very complex database, and that has never been throughout an open database, although that is key to several reasons and different uses. I'd like to know that if today the way as public hearings are conducted, can it solve this sort of dispute? First, in terms of prioritizing how that open database are chosen, especially those more complex one, and if it will be able to solve that sort of conflict between transparency and data privacy. That is a quite complex question because it not only encompasses companies but also taxes. Can you help us anyhow, Laila? Nice to hear that you are here representing the lab. Labs, they have a very important role in this field. Your question is indeed very difficult, but my opinion is the way as how public hearings are carried out today, they have a limit without reaching that optimal, desirable model. They are quite restrict people. They are not aware of the topic. It's quite technical to many, and it becomes a challenge to include participative multiplayers to other process and different debates within our multi-stakeholder policies. We had some type of movement in the environmental sector, which is an important field to foster open data discussion, and they try to capture the available demand from different organizations and committees to have those demands expressed in open data base and to be part of a public hearing. That connection between multi-stakeholder plans, different tools and mechanisms available in the public power with open data, and that hearing instrument and some other instruments that can help to show a desire which is of the whole population, trying to prioritize which sort of information to open. What does that really mean? Let's say if you are talking about an education movement and you ask what sort of movement or education do you need to improve public policies, or if you go to a school, what sort of information do you need? I'm quite sure that managers, directors, they will tell us what sort of information they need. But if you say, can you participate at the public hearing of education, public open data, this is quite far away. It's a language in which there is no connection to this public. So the way and the model of our hearing cannot take up this prioritization process, as we are not able to make that part of our daily public policies, which is isolated without transparency.
O preço é considerado uma informação sensível.
Price is considered to be accessible information. we have to be careful when we exchange information and price by invoices, because that may lead to a price coordination. There is all this movement towards price apps, on the other hand, that increases a chance of a cartel with low prices. By information access, and there is that skeptic book called More Information That We Would Like. This is the literal translation. And from my perspective, from the Justice Ministry, who asks for information, for what reason? Antitrust. Lay citizens that are taking two buses, are they after information, or are they going to be organized groups, or maybe a group of business companies that are getting that information? And there are even apps today that allow one price to get closer to another, and you may refer that to a dispute of a cartel, as there is an algorithm to reach information, compare prices, and there is no behavioral punishment. There is not an issue of confidentiality, but some sort of caution to avoid coordination. Otherwise, you do something which seems to be legal, but who ends up using it might be a group which is considering matching prices. I'm not an expert, so it's much easier for me to say, to sound as a fool, but anyhow, in Brazil, we lack of not looking after data. Everyone just gives your CPF, you do not care, you just write and tell everyone. And what I like after hearing Bruno's talk and this price issue is to learn, and this is a difficult homework, as it involves not only this audience but the population in general, to understand what they have to preserve in terms of information. How about the health sector? We did not even touch upon this sector, which is so complicated. Any other comments? Anything else to be said, or can we skip to the next online question? Clarice asks, what are your opinions about objective liability versus subjective in case of companies towards consumers? Example, a company underwent a leakage problem, but data was not even used by third party. Could consumers be reimbursed? Would it be possible to have a public lawsuit? And how about re-indemnization to the client? Would that be positive? Who is liable? Well, let's put ourselves on data protection national agency shoes. Well, we have here to split this question. We have to understand how NPD is set. So let's be careful and listen to companies, fine, but we also have to hear everyone. There are lots of statements, and legal security is found of just everyone, but the issue that I need safe security to invest in technology, we go to INPI, we see how many patents are driven to these companies, but there are just a few. Well, this is just a side comment, sorry. But there are some things to come. But if on one hand that should have a certain way to be treated by the law, on the other by consumers. As all these topics are under Sianacon umbrella, I prefer not make any comments. I hate when minister of the Superior Court interpret an action before the process is even concluded. It's not up to me to make any comments. Consumer law is there, and it says objective responsibility, but how about concrete facts? Let's not anticipate and not judge right now. This is a very complex question, and we could slice it in a number of different analyses. According to Brazilian regulation, it is a subjective analysis, guilty element, and this is a objective liability by any regulation or if you are within a risk activity clause. Having said that, our personal data protection data does not state that is an objective liability. Can we perform any interpretation to say that they decide so to be objective? I don't think so. Regardless of guilty, they don't do it. Okay, but fair enough. That law has to dialogue to others, and a dialogue that they say is the civil responsibility of CDC for consumers' relationship. They are untouchable. And this is exactly the negotiation we had before NPD could say, well, but there is a data leakage that does not apply to CDC. That hypothesis was ruled out, and it's very clear that in face of consumers, we will treat that as a civil code punishment or appeal. Personal data production, CDC. Objective. There is a specific law saying what is the civil liability. Work social responsibilities. That is also objective. Personal data in face of public observation. That is still objective. What do I mean by that? We have LGPD, but when we include that in this regulatory framework, what is left to subjective liability? If CDC is objective, labor relations, state liabilities, all objectives. Once we give our personal data, maybe to get into our building, but we might be wasting unnecessary energy to answer to this question, according to the general law that communicates to the whole legal framework. In this scenario, maybe and probably the regimen will be of objective civil liability. It's worthless just look at general data protection. Article 45. Hypotheses to violate the rights in the sphere of consumption relationship, they are liable to those rules foreseen in the current legislation, which is Consumers Code in this case, which transfers objective liability regardless of guilty. However, despite this objective review will have a expected harm, there are some leakage cases in which there is a leakage of data and nothing happened. I may discuss or I may discuss about a moral harm, but that is complex. What is moral harm in consequence of a leakage which is of non-relevance? There was a curious case which it will become rather popular, I believe. It's not quite a case, but a process, I should say, where there was a leakage, some data leaked out. There was a public civil suit. An agreement was settled. A month later, there was a call of a company requesting moral harm on behalf of a number of collection of consumers. And this is an interesting lawsuit in terms of responsibility, transference and succession of privacy, intimacy, which includes data protection, and according to the Civil Code Article 11, that is known as being ours, exclusively ours. Even forgetting about voluntary restrictions. There was a first instance sentence, and the judge understood that in face of harm involving personal data, privacy, and intimacy are very personal. Therefore, there is no chance of alienation or act on behalf of third parties. It's a health debate, why not? From a legal standpoint, even passionate, but that should happen more often, I guess. We have 3 questions. Yeah, still, we do not have time for any more questions. Our time is almost up. So please go shoot the 3 questions and then we try to answer them all. If you can be very short, and your name, please. Elcio, I'm a lawyer. I have a question regarding what Bione pointed out, a challenge to have a law compliance, the sovereignty of our protectional codes, such as the labor law and now the pension funds and social security as a possible reform. Personal data protection will bring something when the person of that demand will produce that against the treatment agents, which will be effective and which will enhance the regulation. Second question, please. Hello, my name is Rafael. I am from Matos Filho Office Technology sector. I'd like to hear Laila's experience once she described this process of implementing information access law. How are we going to be in 8 years after the data protection? What do you
experiência que ela tem nesse
What would you recommend during this period? What is the tool that you identified during your process that could be applied for this regulation for data protection? Thank you. We have another one. My name is Janaína Martins. I'm a lawyer. And my question address the last topic. In case you open your data for journalistic use, like what happened in the Washington Post, you are not paying for that. You have access to the newspaper content because you gave away your data. In case of an incident, could that be considered a consumer relationship for an objective liability reason? No more questions. Who would like to start? Bruno? Try to answer and make your closing remarks. We are running out of time. This is a concern addressed by Minister Severino, saying that there is a high risk of judicialization for personal data. And look into our background, part of this judicialization takes place for 2 reasons. First, due to lack of legitimacy of the regulatory agencies and how they can be a pacifier in that theory of culture, which illustrates that quite well. And second, I believe that how can we reach a multi-sectorial or multi-stakeholder organization? We cannot just pacify conflicts by the state. When I mentioned about capacity building, that pyramid that is part of a civil society which knows what their rights are and how to make use of their technology, for instance, to protect their data and not necessarily ask help from regulatory agencies for that purpose. So there is a risk for judicialization, but we have to look to well-succeeded experiences like CAD and others not so well-succeeded that led to judicialization of new regulations or even public policies. Technical note from Senacol. states publicly that you can pay with your data. So there is a consumer relationship. Since this is a profitable company, no one will say that Facebook is an NGO which delivers access to information to the population for nothing. This is a technical note. You might not all agree. This is a topic that's still open, and any consumer defense code would apply. The Justice Ministry is working with a public policy to dejudicialization. That's why we have this platform for online disputes to increase access. But access to justice does not necessarily mean to the judiciary. To bet on judicialization led us to 80 million processes, a budget with a federal public level of 90 billions, and we spend with the basic education 45 billion, and with sanitation 10 billion. I hope that does not drive a new wave of problems. With my experience in information access implementation law, first is how diffuse that topic is and the connection of this topic of transparency of information to other issues, such as considering transparency and data access to adolescents and children, to see information access as a right, which is a bias to other interests. All policies, they need access to transparency if we connect and if we spread. That is key, as well as strengthening civil society networks. When we think about municipal experience, where there is a stronger where we find stronger civil societies, putting pressure, dialogue into the government, the easier is the information access. By having a active civil society addressing the topic, demanding such a right, I believe this has strengthened the implementation process. In addition, to have a strong agency in the federal government, which was the union controllership, setting guidelines, policies, being a reference and an agency for dialogue. That made lots of difference. And also to have an international agenda. Information access is very strong when we talk about open governance. OGP required information access regulation approval that stakeholder interaction is important, and the possibility to show in the municipal governors where there is no access implementation. The rank by itself does not solve implementation. Organizations such as open institutes, among others, that set menus, contents, inform the process for servers to implement. I believe that the way out from access information regulation is that you hope better that public callers from a multi-stakeholder way, and the whole public management should address the topic, emphasizing people and that process that hopes to strengthen the servers. Today, without LGPD, we have several actions, several processes. Fortunately or unfortunately, I hope that increases, especially because our LGPD still includes other fiscal agencies to apply penalties with some other norms, such as CVN, Procon, Central Bank, and so on. We still have a lot to do with a law which has its compliance already. Let me thank all speakers. A big round of applause to our panelists. So please, we have to close and announce coffee break. But before we leave these premises, as Bruno said, CGI in Brazil is a multi-stakeholder model, including with the company's participation from third sectors, academia, and governmental agencies. We have to take the best from our positive experiences to take to National Data Protection Agency, as that will require a continuous dialogue, a dialogue that has to be constructed. We do not know what will be the end of the story, but we hope that after all, if we will not be efficient enough, we will have a judicialization. So let's debate and discuss with all players. Thank you so much and enjoy the coffee break.
Mesa, os participantes do coquetel de debates. Primeiro com a informação que a Karen... 5h30, então ninguém precisa ter nervoso. Se o copo abaixar, pode ir lá buscar. E eu queria convidar a mesa
I would like to invite for our debate cocktail Ana Paula Bialer from Brascom.
Bem-vinda. O Jonas Valente.
Jonas Valente. José Ziberta is coming. He'll be here shortly. And our international guest, Rory Monroe. Where's Rory? Rory? Bem-vindo.
Hi, here, please. Welcome. Bom, turma.
Well, it's a great pleasure to participate in this 10th seminar. I'm Luis Fernando Martins Castro. I'm a board member from CGI. I am a lawyer. My background is a lawyer. And I was appointed to CGI since the previous administration. We still need to invite Alexandre Pacheco from FGV. Sorry, Alessandro. Be mostly welcomed. You attended the previous panel, and you should have noticed that everything will be super easy, fast, easy, and with no questions. I attended Laia's presentation, who will define if the data is open, if it violates a privacy right. I remember that when the Information Access Law was approved, there was a very rumorous case. The municipality of the city decided to present on the transparency portal the salary of all employees, and this caused some discomfort. This matter was discussed and went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decided that among the rights to privacy and transparency of information, the public interest would prevail. So we know that all the rights should be analyzed and considered in a broader context. And in the few examples that were presented in the previous panel, how many examples we have that raise doubts about the application of the law. So we ask who will help or who will solve these questions. These questions can be solved by whom decides, maybe the market, and the many sectors will talk among each other. They will reach a consensus and they present a solution. We can have a case like this, like the payroll of Folha de São Paulo newspaper, where the Supreme Court was invited to decide what should be made. And our national authority will decide everything. And we had a delegation from CGIs. We were represented by the 4 sectors. Paragem, myself, Flávia, representing the 3rd sector, and José Luis Ribeiro representing education. We went to Brasilia, we talked with the Science Technology Ministry, the presidency, and we were really at ease because they said, as we have very few funds, we'll try to find 20 idle servants, public servants, and we'll start the agency. So many things will happen, and we at CGI said that whatever we can help in terms of our experience and our knowledge, we'll do. But we know everything has its own right and difficulties. To discuss this, on an approach to implement the data protection law in Brazil, we want to share this with the foreign experience. I suggested that we listen to representatives of foreign agencies. We have the lawyer from CNIL and a Mexican lawyer and a Chilean lawyer presenting their experiences. And we need to listen and understand what others did, what are the obstacles. I recently participated on Eurodic, and there was a panel that called my attention, called the blind spot of GDPR. We had more blind spots than clear spots. So I will hand it over to Hori. Hori, be mostly welcome. We want to hear your experience as member of the ICO in the UK. He was an important player to deploy GDPR by the English agency. So we asked him to talk about his experience, the relevant points, and if he faced any problem or any obstacle to implement his work, to tell us. Be mostly welcome. We hand it over to you. We propose him to talk for 20 minutes. Each one of the panelists will talk up to 20 minutes. He said he's not a talk guy. So for the other ones, they have 10 minutes to do a brief presentation of their point of view and their comments, and then we'll open for the floor. We'll open the floor. Be mostly welcome. Muito obrigado por essa apresentação.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and thank you all for staying here and not being out there drinking, which is what I'm sure everyone would prefer to be doing. And also, I'd just like to thank the organisers for what I think has been a really excellent and valuable day so far, and looking forward to this evening's debate and to tomorrow. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Rory Munro, and I'm the Head of International Engagement at the Information Commissioner's Office in England. We're based in Wilmslow, which is just south of Manchester. It's where all the footballers live, if you're interested. But I'm based in the London office, which is also very central, right next to Trafalgar Square. I've only been there since January, and before that I was a career civil servant working in the Ministry of Justice and its various predecessor bodies. And since 2014, I've been working on data protection. I was the head of the UK's delegation to the European Union Data Protection and Information Exchange Working Group, which is what negotiated the GDPR. And I was also the head of delegation to the Council of Europe, where we debated the modernisation of Convention 108. So I probably won't speak for 20 minutes, but I'll just give you a bit of, I think what I'm going to try to do is talk in three broad parts. So I'll talk about, I suppose, my former life, which was GDPR negotiations, which also inevitably leads into a bit about Brexit, because the last 3 years have been all about how is the UK going to cope with data protection exchange with the EU and also the rest of the world when we become a third country following our exit from the European Union. I think it's still on the cards, although the court case today there's a big court case in the UK which may make quite a difference to what ends up happening. And I think there's a judgment on that either tomorrow or Friday. Anyway, then after that I will go on to a bit about the ICO's work in terms of regulatory cooperation and enforcement, investigations, and thirdly, just touch a little bit on what the ICO is currently doing to try to keep, if not one step ahead of, then certainly abreast of innovations in the tech industry and the sort of thing that we're doing to try to make sure that we're on top of everything. So, excuse me, a brief history of European data protection legislation. Well, the Council of Europe set up its Convention 108 in, I'm going to forget the dates wrong, but something like about 1985. And the Information Commissioner's Office was set up in 1984. We had a staff of 10 then, and we were called the Data Protection Registrar. And as a result of the Council of Europe's Convention 108, which sets a set of principles and broadly high standards for Council of Europe members, the European Commission then moved to introduce a Data Protection Directive of 1995, and that became the UK's first Data Protection Act, or first act covering overarching data protection issues in 1998. And then there have been various modernisations, and of course there was the Commission's production of the regulation, the GDPR, in 2012. And as I say, I became the UK's lead negotiator on that in 2014. So it's difficult for me to talk about implementation issues in terms of the initiation of data protection in the UK, because that happened when I wasn't working on it. But in terms of the negotiations, and you'll have to forgive me, an awful lot of the difficulties that the UK experienced in negotiations at the European Union were political rather than specific to data protection. So at the time that we were doing the negotiations, the Secretary of State for Justice was a man named Chris Grayling, who is a very vocal and passionate Brexiter, and even at that time was agitating for the UK to leave the EU before the referendum, and consequently was not hugely interested in the UK negotiating a European regulation. So the initial obstacle was a political one that we weren't really sort of in the room. But we eventually got to, and when I say that, I don't mean we empty-chaired the meeting. I mean we just spent our entire time saying this shouldn't be a regulation, it should be a directive. And the difference being a regulation is directly implementable, and a directive leaves discretion to member states as to how they want to implement it. Anyway, we then went through the negotiation process, and the GDPR is the GDPR in quite large part because it's a result of 28 different data protection cultures and sensibilities trying to be mashed into one thing, which is why we say that it's either a directivized regulation or a regulated directive. It's not really a true regulation because there's still quite a lot of member state discretion, which is one of the reasons that it's quite confusing, and some of the things that you heard Orla Linsky talking about today are as a result of that. It's a problem that I wouldn't anticipate that you would have with your law because you're negotiating with yourselves rather than with 27 member states, but it's worth bearing in mind. And I know that there are similarities, but so we ended up with the data protection GDPR as it is, and what I'd say the UK's successes primarily would be around getting it to have a more risk-based approach, so that the requirements on controllers and processors are more stringent when the risk of the processing or the data that they control is greater. So if it's high volume or highly sensitive, then the requirements of the controllers are greater. So they're more likely to need a data protection impact assessment. They're more likely to need a data protection officer, etc. Originally, the Commission's original plan was set a much lower test. So there was much more heavy regulation on even micro businesses. And so there was a certain amount of, I'd say, it wasn't just the UK, there were other countries also negotiating this, but to try and sort of shift the balance. Overall, and I mean the UK supported the GDPR when it came to a vote. It's by no means perfect, and there are several things that we'd probably change if we could. In my personal view, it's still too prescriptive, and it still places too much of a burden on certain controllers. But given that the fact was, however imperfect, as we heard Orla say earlier, the idea of giving back control to data subjects, however imperfectly it's done, that was the central principle really behind it. That the feeling was that big data processing businesses had got too much power over individual citizens' data, and they didn't have enough agency over it, they didn't have enough transparency over what was being done, and they didn't have enough say in what was in how that data was used and onwardly transferred. So the principle was to give data subjects greater control. As other speakers have said, that's not necessarily enough, and it's not necessarily done it's by no means done perfectly in the GDPR, but that was the principle. So it was approved in 2016, and my main interaction with controllers and processors was during the negotiations when we were being lobbied very hard, it won't surprise you to hear, to try and reduce some of the burdens. And something that I suspect that the regulator here and also the legislators here are going to find, although it will be different. In the UK, we already had, as I said, a 1998 Data Protection Act. The GDPR came along, and the most significant thing about it in difference was the size of the fines. So the fines went from a maximum of £500,000 to 4% of global turnover, or 20 million euros, which is, I don't know, it's probably about 17 million pounds now. I don't know what the exchange rate is. But anyway, it was a significant rise. And we were constantly being lobbied by businesses saying, the GDPR is going to kill us, it's going to put us out of business, we're not going to be able to do X, Y, and Z, which is our bread and butter processing now. And we'd say, show us in the GDPR where it says you can't do that. And they'd say, here, here, and here. And we'd say, all three of those are in the Data Protection Act 1998. So are you telling us that you've been processing illegally for the last 18 years? Which sort of focused their minds, and they tended to go away and think about different arguments against the GDPR. But interestingly enough, and I don't know whether you'll find this, the lobbying stopped once it became agreed, because they were just like, okay, this is the law now, we're just going to have to work with it. So that's quite an interesting takeaway, because it was quite brutal, some of the challenges we were getting. You know, you people aren't doing your jobs properly, and no acceptance, and this is not a woe is me, but no acceptance that there were 27 other countries in the room and we weren't always going to get what we wanted. But there you go. So that was the sort of historical bit. Another team in my department, I then moved from the Ministry of Justice because data protection moved to the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, which is now the department that deals with cybersecurity, digital single market, data protection. And that was the point at which we had the Brexit referendum. And since then, up until January when I moved to the ICO, the work was primarily about planning for a negotiation, which never happened on data protection. There's still not been any meaningful negotiation on data protection. Preparing for how we could... So the original plan was that we wanted something more than adequacy. The GDPR says if you're going to transfer data to a third country, that third country has to be deemed by the Commission to be adequate. And our view was and probably remains in government that, of course, we're adequate because we're fully aligned, so therefore we want more because we're also very important to you, and we'd like the Information Commissioner's Office, for example, to still have a role in the European Data Protection Board, which is the body of all the 28 data protection authorities in Europe, and we'd also like some other restrictions which would normally apply to third countries removed. That was the negotiating tactic. As I say, no negotiations ever took place, and we're now at the basis of, will the UK even get adequacy? And that is quite a big question, which would take longer than the time I have available to talk about, but I'm happy to have a chat with people who are interested. It's a very UK Brexit-focused point. But, and those conversations are still ongoing. I know, obviously, from colleagues in UK government, what's happening with current data protection preparations, what are the problems with the way that the UK has implemented the GDPR, because we now have a Data Protection Act 2018, which not only implements the GDPR, it also implements the accompanying law enforcement directive, which went alongside the GDPR but dealt only with law enforcement processing. And it also, for the first time, codifies our data protection processing for national security purposes. That's been in other legislation like the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act. It hasn't been in data protection legislation, and part of the reason we've done it like that is because of Brexit. So it draws on the very small national security processing bits of Convention 108 and puts them into the Act and tries therefore to sort of, if you like, vacuum pack them so that no one can look at them, because this is an area that, again, it's a long story, but national security, now that we've left, when we leave the EU has competence to look at third countries' national security processing of European citizens' data. It doesn't have competence to look at member states processing, national security processing. So it's an unintended consequence of Brexit that we sort of actually lose a bit of control over some of our most sensitive data. So as I say, those discussions are still ongoing. The whole Brexit debate is still ongoing. There's political turmoil in the UK, so it probably doesn't do very much to focus on that. But that's the history of a broad brush history of what happened in Europe very quick in the last 40 years, and my tiny, tiny part in it. And then I'll move on to something slightly more present now, which is the ICO, and in particular its work on regulatory cooperation, both with other regulators in the UK, which is a little bit, and also the importance of cooperation with other countries. And this has a bit of a North American feel, but it's equally applicable to other countries because we do a lot of exchange with the Federal Trade Commission and the Canadian Data Protection Authorities. We hope that we will also be working closely with the new Brazilian Data Protection Authority, but we're not confined by any means to those. We work with over 50 countries. And we're quite prominent in certain international organisations. So with the implementation of the GDPR and our new UK legislation, we've been through a significant growth process, and we've taken up new powers to bring our capability in line with the challenge of regulating personal data use in the digital age. So this reflects the importance that the UK government places on data protection and the seriousness of recent scandals involving the use of personal data in the political process, including the Facebook and Cambridge Analytica case. In granting powers, the UK Parliament has gone further than many other EU legislatures to ensure that the ICO has both the resources via its funding arrangements and powers to do its work. There's significant national debate about these, with checks and balances provided by the dedicated Tribunal of Information Rights judges in the UK who oversee our work. We also, for completeness' sake, have responsibilities beyond our data protection remit, so we're also responsible for freedom of information cases, access to public records and access to environmental information as well, and for oversight of retained data under national security legislation and the security of some critical national infrastructure systems. So we now have, it will shock those of you who are in the business of setting up the Brazilian Data Protection Authority, approaching 800 staff. As I say, in 1984 there were 10. 2 years ago there were 350. We're now nearly up to about 800. And we also have new powers to search premises, seize equipment, examine algorithmic systems in situ, audit company systems or procedures, compel provision of information from wherever and from whomever holds it. Where we find breaches of the law, the Office has the power to issue significant fines, require changes to processing and prosecute offenders through the criminal courts. We deal with around 50,000 citizen complaints and undertake about 3,500 investigations every year. Our remit covers both commercial as well as public and law enforcement sectors. So in many ways we're learning as we go with these new powers and resources. It's quite a significant change from 350 to nearly 800 in 2 years, and there's, let's say, growing pains within the organisation, but it's positive that we're being so well resourced, of course. One of the key learning points has been that of the importance of working collaboratively with others internationally. Many of our most significant files on the ICO investigations team, many of the most significant files the ICO investigations team are considering at the moment involve other jurisdictions and authorities. And in the last 12 months, we have had engagement or exchange with over 50 nations. As our citizens become more aware and concerned about the use of their data, and as companies become increasingly span more than one country, the need to work together becomes more important. Our citizens compare and contrast the rights they enjoy and the response they see from regulators and law enforcement agencies. Our work as a regulatory community is in the public eye like never before, and confidence in new technology depends on it. With this in mind, we value hugely in the UK our positive relationship with colleagues on this side of the Atlantic, but as I say, in the Federal Trade Commission and also in Canada, and we hope to build bridges with Brazilians, and we also use a lot of different networks involved which involve our international partners, such as the Global Privacy Enforcement Network, the International Data Protection Conference, which Commissioner Elizabeth Denham is the chair of, and that conference is in Albania in October. She's also the chair of the International Conference of Information Commissioners, which is a Freedom of Information Conference, and that's taking place in Brasilia next year. And then there's the Common Thread Network, which is generally with countries which I think we'd say are less data mature, so some African nations, for example. And we learn a huge amount from these mechanisms, and the exchange of tactics, intelligence and approaches that they allow are invaluable. We have a number of legal gateways to share and receive information from counterparts overseas, which are backed by strict protections in governing law that provide security for the received information and are backed by criminal sanctions. In the course of our investigations, we may use several or all gateways, such as bilateral agreements in memorandums of understanding, mutual legal assistance treaties, membership arrangements such as membership of the Global Privacy Enforcement Network or ICD-PPC, or indeed procedures set out in Convention 108. Which will be appropriate at any one time will depend on the nature of the exchange and the receiving or sending authority. On the EU side, we're a competent authority for the one-stop shop mechanism, which is the mechanism by which prior to the GDPR, if you were a pan-European network, pan-European controller, like say Google, and there was a pan-European data breach, you could be fined 28 times and subject to 28 different investigations. The one-stop shop places that power in the lead supervisory authority. In Google's case, it would be Ireland, because their main establishment in Europe is in Dublin. But then all the concerned supervisory authorities can put in their own comments, and if there is any dispute at the end of this process, then the European Data Protection Board resolves it. So it's the dispute resolution mechanism for that. Around a fifth of the cases in one-stop shop involve the UK, either as a lead or concerned authority. And many of the big issues we're grappling with internationally are being explored in these files, such as algorithmic transparency, state use of surveillance, wider use of facial recognition, ad tech, micro-targeting or profiling, and use of children's personal data. And it's a one-stop shop is a comprehensive cooperation mechanism allowing free and secure exchange of evidence, including personal data and certainty for the organisations involved, that they won't have to deal with multiple competing requests. And in addition to those, that cooperation that we rely on and strive to build internationally, is cooperation that we also have with, which I know, I think probably every speaker so far has touched on, internal other regulators. So in the UK, for example, we work with Ofcom, which regulates internet broadband services, as well as harmful and offensive material on TV, radio and on demand, and things which are delivered online. The Competition Markets Authority, which has an interest in regulation of tech company monopolies. The Electoral Commission, which regulates elections in the UK. The Financial Conduct Authority, which plays a significant role in supporting financial institutions to protect themselves from cyber attacks. And the British Board of Film Censors, which regulates digital age ratings for video content online and acts as the age verification regulator for online pornography. So there's a whole load of regulatory mechanisms that we use both internally and as well internationally. And it's vital that those networks are maintained and built up and strengthened, because that's the way in which we're going to ensure that data, which of course knows no boundaries, can be in some way sort of regulate and provide the best protection to our citizens, while at the same time allowing the greatest use of innovation by business in order that they can maximise the potential of data and digitisation, which in turn should improve everyone's lives. So again, just to finish and briefly, the challenges that enforcement agencies face when seeking to understand innovation is immense. The scale and pace of change is significant and accelerating, and understanding the mechanisms and technologies involved in a process, decision or service operation are complex multiplayer systems which the ICO is now increasingly looking at. Monitoring this requires constant vigilance by regulators, horizon scanning for emerging threats, and privacy issues need to be viewed with a focus on risk and greatest harm. At the same time, many DPAs have limited resources, and they need the technology investigative capacity to understand and analyse tech. We need powers to compel organisations to assist and explain how their algorithms work. We need to monitor and analyse data flows, and the need to leverage the capacity of the broader data protection authority community if we're to be successful for our citizens. So again, we need to look to combine and build on the best good work by the Global Privacy Enforcement Network and the ICDP-PC with a focus on technology and innovation. And rather than everyone doing their own analyses and research, the community needs to better combine and pool their resources to share their experiences. And just to finish, a few things that the ICO is doing in order to try and push that debate forward on the way to deal with innovation is we've strengthened our technology department. It's now a division in its own right. That's one of a small part of why we've gone from 350 to 800 staff. We now offer apprenticeships to bring on a range of new talent, and we're working with local universities to do that. We have an innovation fund which grants funds in areas of data protection and innovation. We now have an ICO postdoctoral placement looking at the regulation of AI systems and how this may be done effectively to gauge bias. We have a sandbox, a regulatory sandbox, which is a safe space for tech innovators to explore privacy by design in services and products. We, as the regulator, offer insight to the law and gain insight from cutting-edge innovation before they become issues, so we can work with startups and SMEs as to what they're developing. We have an innovation hub with other UK regulators, which leverages broader UK regulatory communities where personal data is being used in innovation in other sectors such as transport, energy, banking, legal services and telecom. And novel and innovative technology is a determining factor in identifying the focus of our high priority investigations and casework. So that bundle of things that we're doing is all designed to try and keep us, as I say, I think keeping one step ahead of technology is difficult for a regulator, but at least trying to not fall too far behind. So that's a brief potted history of data protection, the role of the ICO in collaborating with other data protection authorities, and what we're seeking to do as we look to move forward in the future and deal with AI. Thank you very much for listening.
Rory, bom, não é fácil porque dá para ver o conjunto de obrigações ou de atribuições.
Number of attributions under ICO and with a political complicator. There are some questions that you may have asked yourself. Rory, wait a little bit. We'll have some questions in the end, and I myself have questions. I will invite Ana Paula to present her point of view. And taking a cue on your comments, I believe that 20 minutes. No, to start the agency, we had 20 employees. They started with 10, so we are much better than they are. But he talked about lobbyists that work hard for the approval of the law, but when the law was approved, the focus changed. So I start provoking you, asking, where's Brascom? The floor is yours. Thank you, CGI and NIC.br, for inviting us to this seminar, which is becoming more and more important for the Brazilian society. Bruno mentioned the coalition that was built between the business world, the academia, and the civil society to approve LGDP, and I hope that we can continue with this coalition in the sense of supporting the implementation of this law as fast as possible. Answering your first question, but indeed, today, there are some concerns which are core for the implementation of LGPD. The first one about the constitution of LPD and the role NPD will have. We strongly advocate the board members of the authority, without which we spent the day discussing the difficulties we had in the implementation of GDPR, and at that time there was a culture of 20 years of experience of data protection and some rates, but the principles were common principles. We have an additional challenge, which is to incorporate in the Brazilian culture the protection of personal data and to make citizens to understand their rights and the meaning of that. And an additional burden is that we discuss sophisticated issues like the automated decision, and we look at big companies, big internet companies that work with this. But LGDP applies not only for these big companies, but for any on the fly. So a small entrepreneur without this expertise to deal with personal data that didn't understand the scope of protection of the law, and we need to create a regulating threshold that applies to this small businessman. So this dialogue and the cooperation between the public and private sector and the civil society in the construction of a standard guideline that really works is fundamental. And I'm highly concerned when we talk about the challenge to develop the culture of data protection. Another layer, which is the judiciary. We have a very basic law that goes into the details of certain rights of the holder, but it has unique way of working. Some compare the LGPD to the enforcement of CDC. And I believe this comparison is a very shy one, because when CDC starts working, we were talking about part of the society where you have a consumption relationship. LGPD, we are talking about a broader approach. I liked all comments saying that data protection is a discussion of the law of everything, because it permeates all relationships that we have in society. And at this point, an additional challenge to implement LGPD, and where this understanding and cooperation will be extremely important, is in the translation of what was said today, which is the risk-based approach logic presented at the GP that we incorporated in LGPD, and accountability. These are two structuring principles of GDPR that we included in our LGPD, but we do not have such culture. So a huge challenge that all associations and coalitions that can be built is to, will we be able to create a common denominator on how to understand and deploy these both concepts to apply and incorporate the law by the companies. Today, when we talk about the logic of accountability, and I will borrow what Orla said, punishment is not the main activity of NPD, but it's the last resource. So the focus is in education. The focus is to understand, to make companies or data controllers to understand the importance of protecting that data, adopt the necessary security procedures, incorporate data protection in their day-to-day activities, and promote educational trainings, be it with the end consumers or internally. But if there is a non-fulfillment of the law, this should be considered so we can exercise a punishment that will take into account the practice adopted by the company and the mitigation of the fine, if indeed it was a good faith player. It tried to follow the legislation, and only if it doesn't succeed, the company will be punished. This changed our logic, our legal logic in how to enforce law. So I believe that one of the foremost important challenges and the need for this continuous dialogue is to understand how to translate these principles in terms of the incorporation in the productive sector with an additional difficulties. In the case of sectors who are subject to their own legal system, so banking, telecommunication, we have group of laws, a regulating agency, and this agency will need to create interactions with NPD to build constructors together, but we should respect the legislations of both parties. For those who work in telecommunication industry, we already had this discussion with other agencies in different environments, and we know the difficulties posed by these problems. Each sector comes with their own pains and problems, and it's very difficult to reach consensus. consensus. And I'm talking about one single consensus. And NPD will need to do this in different sectors in a coordinated way to guarantee legal securities for companies at different markets. I won't be able to have my data subject to rules that are inconsistent or incompatible with my industry. So this is one of the major challenges this cooperation will have between all parties involved. And this leads me to a different approach. We face a huge challenge today. We cannot translate it to the European reality, which is the discussion of laws at state and city level to discuss data protection. We have a very complex structure. We have great difficulty to deploy LGPD in the federal realm. And if we need to promote this discussion, that I need to respect federal LGPD, state LGPD, and 5,000 cities, this is a huge obstacle that will create a huge legal lack of security. So one of the premises we have today is in the sense to guarantee that the legislations of data protection is a federal one. So it will allow an effective implementation. And a final challenge that we have discussed a lot when we had the discussion of LGPD, it has to do with premises. We held the discussion in Brazil looking the use of personal data as if it were a problem belonging to the private sector. And this is curious because if you discuss the legislations of data protection in different jurisdictions, it was born to protect the citizen by the state. So our approach comes from a different place. And when we talk about technology and data-driven economy, they work based on reliability. They really need to implement all measures to guarantee the responsible use of personal data, not because the law says, but the market requires this. Another point that we need to bear in mind, which is extremely important that NPD understand, is the rationale, the premise of why companies follow that, not because it's mandatory or they will pay a fine. The problem is much bigger, and it's more in the structure of the thing than the sanction and penalties of LGPD. LGPD incorporates this logic when it defines as one of the sanctions the fine. It's not only to pay, but to lose the structuring element of reliability. So we have many challenges ahead of us, and we need to open constantly this dialogue between the academia, the private and public sector, and the civil society. Last comment Rory mentioned, and we don't have the culture for this, and maybe to grow faster in the culture of data protection and learning NPD in relation to challenges has to do with sandbox. to create the culture and the environment, to test new business models, to test a privacy by design mechanism, this security by default, and that regulator can acquire the experience. Rory mentioned the difficulty of regulators to understand technology innovation. So when we incorporate such logic where there is indeed a protection of companies, it's not that I will show my weak points and tomorrow I will be penalized. No, there they are exercising a joint construction of the public policy. And this is a very important learning that we can have based on the international experience.
Você foi muito sucinta.
You were very brief, addressing relevant aspects here. And you mentioned a timely one, companies' concerns, and Brascon represents many companies, 65 actually. 65 companies with a very high revenue, a unicorn or more, he says. CESPRO, which is the IT association, small and medium-sized companies, and their members are dying to adequate the law. If that is a concern of the giant ones, let alone the small and the medium-sized ones. But you touch upon relevant aspects, especially when you talk about a need not to punish everyone and understand the agent's pain. This is the guidance that we hear from the UK. I remember a Mexican professor who showed several films from Mexican authorities where their participation was educational, profitable. Roy, maybe after if you could exemplify and illustrate the ICO performance in education. Citizens education, consumer educations for privacy issues, but in a while. Next, Jonas.
Para fazer uma ressalva que, embora ele seja
Although he's a journalist, he's here today as a researcher representing UNB Communication Lab. You have 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I know that it's very unfair to have a cocktail between you and me, but it's nice so we can interact. I also like to thank the CGI. I am here as a researcher, but also as someone who is part of civil society network and participates at the discussion about the general law for data protection.
Tá ótimo, obrigado. No caso, o coletivo Intervozes, e o coletivo Intervozes integra a coalizão Direitos na Rede, que foi a principal rede de organizações.
This was the first network of organizations that tried to bring the discussion about the importance of guaranteeing the rights of people in this process, which was a rich process where we have some units, but we may advance much more.
Sinto muito animado de estar nesse espaço, porque acabei de terminar uma tese de doutorado sobre plataformas digitais e acho.
And I guess that today, at today's panels, we don't have to waste more time because they were very didactic, addressing the importance to pay attention to this new moment that they will call as modern monopolies, and some other authors as Stuck, they will call as datapolios, but I prefer to call digital monopolies. But the important is to fix that phenomenon.
Sobre as empresas e as marcas mais valiosas do mundo, de que a gente tem agora entre as.
And what we have now, we have the five most valued companies in the world, which are tech companies. They perform a key role in the sector, but we are not just talking about them. As it was mentioned here before, we are talking about a society collection, datization. This is a terminology that he is saying now. This is transsectional to social activities, and the impact does not take place just in each subject's life. We are then talking about impact over key processes such as political ones, elections, let alone examples as we have been seeing in the UK or in the US or even in Brazil, where our last year's elections had severe denouncements about the use of social media with important impact if that is still a object of investigation. We have to understand that we are talking about agents, and a way to expand to other social activities which will impact people. And when we come to an event like that and we see a concern with adequation, it's normal that companies, they are concerned that's how they will adequate themselves to a new law. But on the other hand, we have to see people that have the rights of those constitutional rights which are in the civil internet framework and restated by LGPD. And when we see these people in face of those companies and spreading data collection process to any business that we have today, there is a very scaring asymmetry. And to work with that scaring asymmetry, we need a toolkit that will be very effective. Although there is a discussion that we should not do about regulatory approach, if that is a decentralized regulation or responsiveness one, as Bruno said, regardless of the diversity of regulatory instruments, they have to be effective and balance asymmetry in the relation among companies, users, people, and not just observe them from an individual standpoint, as Laura and Orla said. And what are our urgent tasks to reach our goals as part of the Brazilian context? First, implement data protection general data. We are in our last year and we have no national authority for data protection. This is extremely worrying. This should be done yesterday to raise authorities, but that's not enough. And then I talk to those who say that authorities, they will not save the world, but if they are not so, they will have a huge task to undertake, and to be able to fulfill this extraordinary undertaking, they have to follow the law and to be effectively autonomous, to be able to guarantee surveillance, its educational role, and all its actions. And despite talking about LGPD implementation, we did not finish that battle for the votes, and they had 3 denials, and they have one related to sanctions, another one related to the end of automated decisions by a natural person, and what we would get in terms of disinformation. If we are still debating that, we have to guarantee that this society has proper resources, but that represents a complication. What will that mean in practical terms? I like to be more ambitious. We have to advocate to our authority a large technical body, because here we are talking about not just large companies, but small companies, not only IT sector, but among those sectors with clear ideas. And for that, we need technical bodies, but not just authorities. If that law was a construction of debate around all multi-stakeholders, the committee will have an important role to bring that in the construction of the whole regulation and the role of authorities. Here I have listed some regulations. I counted here 22 of them, but you may calculate yourself. We have to know that there is no doubt that if we have a principle in our law, there is a long list of framework. And after MP 869, which was included in the 603 law, the possibility to make that law more flexible to start-up and business for large business. That may be a breach to characterize that regulation. So that should probably be the most important regulation to be enforced. But we can talk about the right of the legitimacy of interests and revision of automated decisions over checks and balances. In publicity, information about treatment in the impact report, that is an important tool, but how will that be done? As Kaf said before, how are we going to attest the legitimacy of the interest? What methodology will be used for that? We do need an authority to balance and compromise issues, in addition to some other topics such as sensitive data. In my last minute, let's consider that despite LGPD being part of an urgent agenda, that's not the only one. Ana Paula has mentioned PAC 17, which mentions data protection inclusion. I fear that if we bind regulation in a federal scope and not be able to identify specificities as we have for some national programs such as facial recognition, which will be a topic for tomorrow. And as Orla and Laura said before, we have to talk about competition. We have to start from LGPD statement. The only mention of LGPD to a specific legislation is data treatment by public safety. And that represents one of the exceptions. The debate about data protection started with a state concern, which is still kept by the society with the surveillance practices. So that specific legislation is key. IoT, what are the boundaries for IoT? How about positive file? And EDEC is conducting a very important task to diagnose blind spots of positive risks. We have another issue, which is privatization. How about that data? How can we guarantee rights once the governmental agencies, they privatize their main database? But there is another demand, which is data treatment. And Laura, she was very precise when she says we can no longer just worry about the collective application, but a quantitative application is key. This information, once we have a CPMI in the Congress, when CGI and the Congress promote seminars, we have to understand what is the specificity of that and how to defeat it. And I close just listing some areas that would require a specific attention. Health 4.0 industry, labor issues.
Por exemplo, quando eu implanto determinado tipo de controle no trabalhador, eu vou regular.
When I implement labor issues, how am I going to regulate it? By data protection or by labor imposition. I'm not talking about a data owner. I'm talking about soil, but doesn't that have a social importance? And to conclude, the challenge of implementing LGPD is just the beginning. The approval for LGPD was just the beginning. Unfortunately, those persisting lobbies, they unfold an important part of LGPD, but we have still an important key framework. We'll have to change the car tire with the car movement. We'll have to have segmented dialogue considering all these agendas, and congratulations to CGI to allow this time for this discussion. Thank you.
Queria agradecer ao Jonas Valente pela sua intervenção.
I would like to thank Professor Valente for his presentation. It was not clear that we heard the government that we would have 20 people available. We were surprised. And CGI said it will help with critical mass. You raised some important questions, and we have many other. I would like to listen how we will work with legacy bases. This is the second silver bullet. The first one is legitimate interest. The other one is this point I just mentioned. You talked about very important points. This bill, we have lost to use of artificial intelligence to create standards, limits, and criteria. CGI is analyzing this topic. We need to promote it, to offer information, and to define the limit of the use of this in a democratic society. So I invite Alexandre Pacheco from Fundação Getúlio Vargas, because from the academia comes the solutions. Good afternoon. I would like to thank CGI and the opportunity to share some ideas here. I will wear two hats here. The first hat is that I'm a professor of the law school here in São Paulo, where I have the opportunities to discuss data protection and other issues related to technological issues. And my other hand is that a coordinator of the Center for Innovation, which plays strategic roles in the foundation to form the compliance programs in terms of the project of compliance, But we are trying to create routines, to create documents changes and new procedures, and to create a cultural change. And when I say we have some open questions here, when we think about a compliance program, some issues involving choices of a sector, which is mine, which is education, higher education, one of the questions was, the Ministry of Education has standards, not with technology to protect data, but we have standards about duties relating to information, an important data for students, school records, or tests, registration forms. And those who work in the education field knows one student can be a potential client to other courses. So you have digital marketing initiatives. And one of the questions was how to restructure a project that not only will give sense to words in the legislation, how people from the mathematics school asked, I have a menu of 7 techniques. Which shall I adopt? Well, there are some studies from the European Union and Article 29 that approve six techniques without defining any one of them. Even if the law is not this one, my question is, the national authority should define a norm to say which are reasonable standards so you can adopt the solution in a safe way. But when we look the rules for the higher educations, we had many doors to open. CAP, CNPq, the Secretary of Higher Education, and the first thing is that there is no way to ask and what are the connection points. So who did this process were ourselves. We consider each one of them based on a risk analysis, and you'll do this. We missed an open dialogue with a national authority to consult, discuss, and try to define which are safe fields for our choices. But when we try to measure how we can create choices in a complex institution as Fundação Getúlio Vargas and higher education institutions, one of the challenges is to deal what's sophisticated in data protection, which is the design of algorithms when we think how to operationalize if we remove human beings, the man, from the exercise of analyzing the review proposed for the data, I need to have double certification. I need to have a different robot, or I can use the same robot to define again about how to treat those personal data. This is a highly sophisticated problem that involves everybody that works with IT. At the same time that I have these sophisticated decisions to make, I have banal problems like employees who will forget classified documents in the printer because they will get the next day. And I have lots of professionals with access to that physical documents or documents in relation on how to deal with data recorded in our computers and terminals and data that can be transferred to flash disks or many other elements. Before the law, this was not a major concern in terms of routines and procedures. One of the interesting aspects is, if I'm in the education area, this compatibilization is very difficult and requires an approval not only from the academia, but also the Secretary of Higher Education, together with the national authority. This is very difficult to accomplish, because when we define research agencies included in the LGPD, it defines the agencies as non-profit organizations. You have parts of the research done by other companies. So I will have a disadvantage if I do the same activity. If I'm focused on profits and I do research, but with many other institutions, you have different scenarios, and you have educational groups doing this operation.
Diretamente relacionados à pesquisa acadêmica.
We have some related to basic education analysis, and they are doing real research with procedures, methodologies, and results published in scientific papers. What called the attention of researchers are the frontiers and boundaries when we need to work in partnership with private companies to develop prototypes. We have some cases of universities doing research projects in the realm of innovation. And I can have cooperation agreements that will produce a prototype, an algorithm, which will have the results divided between the university and the private company that funded that research. Whenever I talk about algorithms that treat data, to a certain extent, I'm saying I have a research activity. I have some points, but if I include this in this realm, I'll have some problems. So these are two major challenges in the education arena, but these challenges require a prompt answer, an answer from those who are trying to implement compatibility programs, and people, groups, entities that by building their compliance programs should do this. This should be mitigated if the national authority was made with a technical group that would understand the first moment of transition is a moment of education and movement. How can I create a transition period that allows me to preserve businesses, that I will be able to see how to maintain competition guarantees from these different size players, and how I can amplify the implementation conditions of care related to data processing and data protection. So I close with this final idea. The data protection law helped us to understand that we never understood ourselves as well. The law opened a door to help us understand who we are and what operations based in data we used to do. And we observed that what we imagine our students, employees, and many other partners knew what was made with the data, we perceived that the level of invisibility was much deeper than we imagined. What we imagined they knew only 5%. And part of what the law is opening to us is we need to intensify this way of knowing what means data protection while practice routines, cultures, before saying, if I change a clause in the contract and creating a pop-up to my digital platform, I solve the problem. We are far from this, but we should start by these one-time changes. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Alexandre.
Thank you, Alexandre. Very opportune, your concerns, and in 2 points you called the attention. Talking with companies in knowing which law, the first thing you should do is to know well your practice, your company, what you do with data. And I may say that 80% of what happens inside the company is unaware. They get surprised when someone says, I have 2 databases. When you try and go deep in the subject, you find more than 10. So we need to know. Another point that connect with Jonas, the role of the council will be extremely important to help in the creation of this critical mass. It should be very naive on our part if will have answer for everything. Just to conclude the first round, I salute the presence of José Zilbert, that represents the Special Secretary of Bureaucratization and Digital Area, so he can make his presentation and have all the answers to what we are waiting here. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the CGI for the invitation. And I would Rory, desculpe por perder a sua apresentação. Unfortunately, I don't have the answers. It was opportune to have the opportunity to listen to these comments and observations about the topic on how we can develop these public policies and these new regimes. We are talking about 3 dimensions that the executive power observes, and it was under our responsibility to create a decree to structure the agency in the management secretary, and which is a member of our team. A first point that is highly relevant, and maybe this is not the ideal model, especially now, the background or the history of this policy, the lack of knowledge of the civil society, the population, the business community about these issues. I think Alexandre raised an important point. If we have 7 techniques, which is the one that the authority will deem the most suitable, or at least those that should be excluded from the process? These are the answers that we deem urgent, not only to think August 2020. Whenever we talk with companies, organizations, there is a fear that a complete and real process to deploy and implement this legislation is not made overnight. I believe you know this much better than I do. The point is, we need to see a fiscal environment that we have today. What I can say in advance is that the authority will be very lean. What we won't be able to change, especially in a first moment, it's very important that technical qualification criteria be created and be given top priority. If it's a problem the authority has, a potential solution is, and I will create a solution now, but if we have Professor Alexandre Pacheco, Professor Renato, Professor Bruno Bion as 3 of the 5 board members, we have half of the solution. This is the point that we should start thinking here, how the civil society and the business community may contribute to the goal. But how now we can promote an impact to the future? The future is Monday. How we together trying to define the best for the public interest. The goal of the government is to look the fiscal difficulties that we face and the importance of this regime. This is a transversal public policy. It will confront expectations in the private and public sectors It was very fruitful, the comment of Professor Alexandre when he addressed the challenges for the educational environment on top of what Jonas said, and in relation to public administration. What we see and was announced about privatizations of two big public agencies. I may say that both companies, Serpro and Dataprev, are very worried with this subject.
Representando seja o presidente Caio Paes de Andrade do Serpro, seja a
Being Christiana from Data
equipes, não sei se o Conrado Rosa está por aí, está ali, justamente eu acho que isso reforça.
That reinforces. He was mentioning some people that are present. That reinforce our regular meetings that we have to face challenges. There is no authority. That is a fact. Until my position, my job position, I was not told who directors are. But the fact is, in face of such a scenario, what can we build up to consider a model or a regimen which is effective and efficient for data protection in Brazil. Several international benchmarks studies are being conducted. We have a constant contact to authorities for data protection, not only for the European Union, but also some other examples from other places, as we are assessing campaigns that were effective. That is elaborated by authorities that had effective reach to inform the population. Listen, these are your rights. In a very ludic way, even to kids. This is one of the issues for best international practices, where we have a study with 45 priorities. Just by the number of topics, the word priority no longer makes sense. But that is a transversal public policy which will face several challenges. If we just think about the financial system, at what extent the data protection authorities will dialogue to central bank, to economy, to the Ministry of Economy, not at today's market, but from now on, new business model that will raise implemented 5G in Brazil. How the business community will make those changes effective. So we have different dimensions. First, normatization. It's crucial that authorities will manage throughout public hearings even better these topics of priority as quick as possible. Bring that to the public debate. A second fundamental front is institutional dialogue. We celebrate a technical collaboration agreement with the European Union delegation to forecast debates like that. So there will be specific technical meetings with Dutch authorities about open bank to prepare this field to the institution of authority. So institutional dialogue as well as educational dimension. And here I talk about citizens' information, which is advocacy, he says in English. The authority will have these three clear dimensions and a responsibility in terms of urgency. August 2020 is knocking on your door. And what we learn in the government is that things are not as fast as they could be. Most of you would imagine that by middle of September, we would have 5 nominated directors and the members of the National Committee. And how can we, from now on, take the next step to construct a regimen which will not be disbelieved? If there is no technical qualification of directors and members of the National Committee, it will be very difficult that by 2021, this regimen just vanished or was not effective. Why? Due to some reasons that we'll try to explain later on during the legislative history. But it's high time. The next 4 or 5 weeks will be fundamental for those who dedicate their time to this topic. So do as much as you can to have a substantive volume of data protection and learn from the best regional international best practices, because if we look at our neighbors, Argentina, Uruguay, and Mexico, they are doing wonderful stuff in this field. So I think we can, learn from best international practices, including regional ones. So this is my home take message, and I'm at your disposal. Once again, thank you for your invitation and attention. Thank you. Thank you, José. It's always very nice hearing you. We are glad once the government shows this broad vision about the importance and the multiplicity from different standpoints which should be considered as part of the agency creation. You had just mentioned 3 places. Your CV probably is in the civil house, so you can be nominated. That would be very profitable. Why not? Jokes apart, before we open to the public. Five places, 5 vacancies. Well, 2 or 3 would be reasonable. Before we open to the public, I would like to invite you, Rory, to make a comment which will make sense, of course, based on reasons and concerns here addressed by each one of the speakers, from your perspective, of course. But I will start with my question, which is, what is your understanding? What was, in fact, the ICO educational role as part of this process regarding data protection law, or GDPR?
Thank you, and thank you to everyone else who's very interesting. I've enjoyed listening to you all. Education as in education of the public. So I think that the regulator, this would have happened before my time, I'm hedging my bets here, would probably say we regulate processors and controllers, and therefore we give them information rather than necessarily giving huge amounts of information to the data subjects. That said, we do have a very high web presence, and we sort of ensure that we're sort of reaching out to other sectors, but primarily and historically, although I think this is, if it's not changing now, it's likely to change, the information has been primarily for businesses and for public sector organisations. One of the issues that we've had, and I was discussing with some people yesterday, is that, and it's something to be mindful of when setting up your own data protection authority, that it's very easy to become what we in the UK called a DPO for hire. So you're constantly, or rather not me, but we found, the ICO found that members of its staff were constantly being required to give advice to businesses who for one reason or another, certainly pre-GDPR, weren't required to or couldn't afford to have a data protection officer or legal advice, and so they'd phone the ICO and say, "Oh, I've read your guidance. I think it means this. What do you think?" And that creates a whole range of problems. You know, when you've got relatively junior members of staff who might be dealing with quite complex data protection, legal issues, and there's liability questions, etc., etc. So one of the things that the part of our growth is that also we've restructured, and it's to try and move away from that DPO for hire profile, I suppose, so that we're providing information and guidance. And if anyone cares to look at the ICO website at the moment, probably the first thing you'll see is something about Brexit, because we've just revised all our no-deal guidance about what happens to what businesses should do if there is a no-deal Brexit. But I think increasingly we are beginning to look at what more we can do in terms of informing data subjects of what their rights are, and in a sense, therefore, also their responsibilities in terms of keeping themselves private, etc. And so part of that is, part of it isn't really, but there's the age-appropriate design code, which is coming out, which is all about not regulating the internet, but identifying that there are issues with the internet in terms of the way that children access it and some of the material that's available, and how might that be something that a regulator could usefully look at without straying over the bound into the realms of censorship, etc. So there's lots of tricky issues, but I agree. I don't think, and as I say, I've not been at the ICO very long, I will hazard a guess to say I don't think we've done huge amounts of public outreach, although we're a well-known organisation, we're well-known in terms of our enforcement and investigatory powers. I think it's something that we're going to be doing more of in the future. I think, I mean, the main takeaway from I think what everyone said is we've heard lots and lots of things today about the different powers that a regulator can have, and there's the issue of a data subject's control and whether that's really a truly helpful model. And obviously, we want to put data subjects and consumers in charge of their own data, but is that really sufficient? But also, how can a regulator which maybe lacks resources, even if you're as well resourced as the ICO, which is certainly the largest in Europe, if not the world, struggles to keep up with the advances and the technological advances. So there's a lot about collaboration and communication and working together with internationally and also internally with other regulators. There's the public debate. There's trying to shift a certain, and this is a really difficult thing, the responsibility onto big data harvesters, if you like, even if they're harvesting our data with our consent, to start behaving more nobly, if you like. I mean, it might be a big ask, or honourably, but there's a whole bunch of things there, and also whether I don't know if Dennis is here, but certainly Professor Dennis Hirsch, who's speaking tomorrow. I was lucky enough to hear him speaking yesterday, and certainly, what is the future for this sort of regulation? And it's probably regulators and consumers accepting they're never ever going to really be in charge of their own data, because the barriers to entry, the asymmetry of information is so great that maybe there needs to be something where there is some supranational body that can identify whether standards are being complied with. So sort of you're regulating the regulators, if you like. And I think that's something that we need to consider. We're not there yet, but I think that's probably where we're going.
Muito obrigado. Thank you. Bom, é tudo uma questão de cultura, né? Ele quer
A question of culture. When we see the need for a Republican attitude, he seeks a noble solution. But let's open to the audience. Who would like to ask our panelists? Don't be shy, please.
Tem alguma pergunta? Já lembrei de...
Flávia, I remember two fantastic names on top of you. Good evening, Renato Leite, Pepsi Brazil. The question has to do with what Rory said, all of you said. It's a regulatory sandbox. It has to do what's being done in different countries, like in the UK. Can everybody in the room knows what's a regulatory sandbox? I will tell. My father was a doctor, and my mother said, you were teaching a class, it was so basic. And my father answered, I know my public. So I think you better shed more light for those that by chance is not used with the sandbox terminology. But so many people know what sandbox, the regulatory sandbox is to make some rules flexible, some rules adopted, depending on the type of regulation, to be an incentive to certain changes and innovations or the economic or technological development. We have some rules which are specific for GDPR of what can be changed. We are being flexibilized, and we observe in a controlled environment startups and business models that we can innovate and influence other business models. This is my coffee and milk. Well, taking a cue on what Pacheco said and Rory discussed, we don't have data protection. So the authority will play a big role in educating, training, and giving guidance. And I would like to ask Zibaj the following. In the structure that is being designed, we don't know which is the structure, is it feasible to have a specific flexibilizations for disruptive business, something that can be included in the concept of a regulatory sandbox? Yes, it's possible. The structure of the authority was formulated with 3 general coordinations, and the first that will be launched as soon as the decree is published is the one dedicated to standardization. It seems to me there will have plenty of space for this kind of initiatives. But even though we have the best article included in a decree, it's an empty voice if people are not able to understand the concept of sandbox, for instance. So we will go back to the first point. We have space for this. Not only for this, but at least the draft of the decree that we are discussing, the draft includes a series of precedents that in the Brazilian public administration I would consider a step ahead, be it to analyze the regulating impact, public consultation. All these measures are part of a legal framework that will allow, there is a big concern, a healthy concern about the National Board for Data Protections. We'll have 5 seats, but we don't know how will be this structure. of this board. We won't have seats for all. There is a specific number for each representative. So through public consultation, and this being declared in the drafts, it's a great opportunities for all institutions, either the business community, the civil society, or you citizen that deem that topic important, to include your point of view or comment in it. This goal, or this, we have this concern, and it's possible, but we should say that the letter of the law without the right persons won't solve any problem. Flavia, if you want to tell the experience of the consulting board, no, I would like to take this opportunity to ask, given the condition that we won't have by August 2020, the national authority already implemented to be able to implement in a broad and satisfactory way all the aspects of the law. How do you see, once you have acknowledged that there is, or there should have a coordination with other agencies that also works with data protection, like Jonas said, CAD, Senacom, and many others, which role, when the law is enforced, what is the role these agencies will have to a certain extent to guarantee that we can implement the law, especially for you, Jonas, and Paula, and Alexandre. I'm extremely concerned. I understand our urgency, but I'm concerned when we look at the situation today that the agencies that would work with data protection, but this is not their call. They shouldn't start to work about the constructions of the understanding of data protections. How CADE see data protection has a approach about competition and not data protection. So I'm concerned with this path, but we shouldn't stop. We mentioned that the work we were able to do with different sectors, why shouldn't we continue with this work with the support of CGI and maintain the open discussion on how we are going to face that we have a list of 45 priorities. Jonas presented a list of sectors. Can we start to discuss this as a society and confront challenges, seek international experiences, and map how this connects with what we have internally? Because it seems to me this is much more positive in terms of input for the authority than start disseminating competencies of the inform of data. I hope by August 2020 we have the authority.
É isso, né? O que o José colocou é.
But that's it. It's not enough to have the authority. We need to have the authority, and we need to have details of all the norms and guidelines. I listed 20, but each one may have its own items. When we face concrete situations, and the situations popped up along the day, and including extra LGBT. We have a bill, anti-crime bill, that deals with the genetic banks of private people. How we are going to discuss this? So we have aspects on LGBT that can have a specific regulation that won't solve what LGBT says. So we have PAC 17, but if the authority do not start to operate right now, the space will be occupied. We need to do the reverse work. We need to have the authority as soon as possible. We need to shed lights on all the blind spots, and we should guarantee coordination. No matter how these agencies touch, what's becoming more and more clear, and Professor Orler was very clear, CAGI cannot be an authority that will get involved only with technology companies. It can observe data drive or a way to protect data in any merger, as well as Senacom has a checking process underway. So Flavia's question is very opportune, but I hope that we do not need to go through this and that we can move forward as a society, because it will involve society in the national board in a coordination process that reduces overlapping of work, reduces. So the zone that we let it with me. We can't have an overlapping of work. And as was mentioned here, at certain moments, with the same facts and episodes being treated by different regulatory agencies. So the government has the ball, and we want that the article that talks about the law being constructed with dialogue with agents, it should be implemented at such an important moment.
Por favor, Alexandre. Bom, eu tenho dois comentários rápidos, deles direto.
I have two brief comments. First, we have a challenge directly related to technicity of members of a national authority, and I hope that we can have at least two females. And another very important detail for authority purpose is the least technique she is, the higher will be competition, being from consumers' rights entities or any other entities which have in their norms information, and they will not see as a technical branch the national approach to conduct their work. With that, you have to create technical collaboration agreements and inter-exchange of members of the House. And if a national authority does not have that body that starts with directors, it goes through different cabinets, and they will find echo of recommendations in the National Committee. If there is no framework where Central Bank, Education, Ministry, Economy, and others would see them as being a technical branch, if they do not give me as part of that specific competence necessary contributions, I will keep doing what I used to do with that theme, which I'm not an expert, but somehow I can do something which is a little bit better than what is supposed to be average. Another important detail is that we've seen in the past a time where these constructions, they were not spontaneous, and they are part of a negotiation process which will deal with acknowledgement of what is my competence. Central Bank and CAD, they had reached a common denominator of fusions and acquisitions. What is each one's competence? National authority will have to build spaces like that, and the best personal card they can give is I may qualify service delivery to the population. The exercise of your competences, once you familiarize you to different terms, I have instruments that I may use jointly, but more than that, how can I organize what is mine, what's yours?
E nesse sentido a gente está num dilema fundamental que é se as indicações.
And we have a dilemma. If indications they do not have a technical component of their names, after all, we'll have an institutional immediate dispute that will take to a second plan national authority.
Sobre a sua pergunta, Renato, uma das coisas que eu acho que é um passo até atrás do.
And what is a step behind the sandbox is to identify who should be qualified as a startup as a differential for who can undergo a request to be framed in the regulatory sandbox. A startup should be the size of the company, revenue, as the Texas legislations, how they deal with small companies and micro companies. In Brazil, unfortunately, we have the following. You create a strategy to be always a small company, to be always qualified as so. After all, we do not want companies that are not companies of high potential for growth that can, at a time, when they see that being a startup represents an advantage from participating at a regulatory sandbox and to fit like that. For that, we'll have to create a new startup concept which is not based on revenue and technological characteristics associated to personal data. And more than that, they will have to justify why flexibility is given to it. What sort of benefit are you adding to the society when temporarily I can define an advantage to you? So you can learn, you can make your products or services available in the market in a safe way and from a data protection perspective. If we do not have a concept of a startup, of what would be a startup's status and benefits taken from it, we are not able to implement a regulatory sandbox to this group, let alone others.
Eu vou fazer uma proposta de encaminhamento. Ah, você queria falar, Zé? Desculpa. Não. Essa pergunta ainda? Tá bom. Na sequência, eu vou ouvir as 3 perguntas remanescentes que já manifestaram, aí eu passo para todo mundo responder e complementar uma fala final.
Só para direcionar, vou dar 2 exemplos que passaram lá pela...
Ana, there are 2 examples that they have been to a special decree, a federal decree, which deals with data sharing in public administration in the executive part.
E é uma das missões nossas, como
and as a special secretary, one of our goals.
O documento nacional digital, qualquer que você queira chamá-lo, a gente já endereçou várias medidas para isso, por exemplo, usar uma base única que seria o CPF, ter esse documento.
A unique platform for CPF IDs where we could offer several services to the population.
O compartilhamento de dados ele é fundamental. E para nós foi uma dificuldade redigir esse.
And it was so difficult.
Que a gente falava, olha, primeiro que ele, na primeira minuta não tinha nenhuma.
First of all, we did not have any mention to LGDP. Fine, LGPD, but all concerns, principles were stated. Principle of reasoning. But the fact is, and I share what private sectors say when they say, well, we do not know what the next step will be. We do not know what is the best technique. And we try to pass that decree. And now what? How to take that further step? Can we detail that a bit more or not? That is a federal decree after all. And another one within the management secretary, just to echo Renato's and Alex's concerns about companies. Government wants to incentivize technological investments. They want to invest and to propagate new business models. Fine. And we even want to hire you. Okay. But what is the rule? And one of the reflections is, one ruler is enough, or should we need a more flexible and dynamic model? And this was one of the issues that we placed in our list to oblige authorities to revise their inventory. I mean, you issued that rule in 2025. Does that still make sense? In Brazil, we have a culture, Roy, where each entity, each agency have their legislations. Pages like a Bible, pages and pages with the norms, instructions dating from the 60s and 70s. Believe me, that's why we also want to observe that such a dynamism that this authority should have is key. Until December last year, I used to teach at the University of Melbourne in Australia, and that was one of the points once interacting to the government. I used to teach in the law school there, and there was that permanent and constant worry that the world is changing. It changes every single day, and this is not unique to Brazilian government, but to all governments, that they have a specific step. And how can you, in this coordination, take that specific step into something more dynamic, a more flexible space, allowing a more agile interaction? This is the challenge that I see to governors, not only in Brazil, but at the 3 federal levels, which is another complexity that has been addressed here before by many, but this represents a challenge to all public administrations. Those are 3 people who asked the questions. Can you read it, please? It's a question from William. He wants to know if National Agency for Data Protection, if that is related to the presidency, will that be for the good or for the bad? I have a question to Rory about, let me put that into a context first of all, okay? We have elections in Brazil every 2 years. And your agency is conducting an investigation for over 2 years about the use of data analytics in political campaigns. And the ICO term is even broader than this agency because it allows search and and that was done in the headquarters of analytics in London. And if you could share a little bit your experience about this topic, and if you could clarify at what extent the ICO term is good, true, and at what extent the agency may collaborate to other players in an effort to guarantee integrity of electoral processes. I will give you the floor in a little while, Royal. Just a second. I also have a question to you, Royal. Due to your experience in the ICO, with your experience in the ICO and some other data protection authorities in the UE, what would be the main element that authorities should have to be considered a real authority to be able to take Brazil to be considered a country with a proper level for a free data flow between European Union and Brazil? I will start with you, Rory. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, that's put me on the spot. Okay, so I can talk in a minute. I just need to get my notes because about Operation Cederberg, which I think is what you're referring to, which is the investigation into Facebook and Cambridge Analytica and the alleged, I'm not sure if it is alleged anymore, but anyway, let's say alleged mishandling of data or manipulation of data for political ends during the EU referendum. And I have some facts and figures about that. I mean, it was a big operation. In terms of, so my experience of the European Commission, when they look at a country's suitability for adequacy, there's all sorts of things that they look at. Of course, the first thing that they're going to look at is what's the data protection law in that country like? How closely does it meet the European standard, and how sure can we be that it's going to, that transfers to that country of European citizens' data are going to be safeguarded in, or have the same level of safeguards attached to them as it would be if it was being processed within the Union. That's the overriding principle of adequacy. And they then have, there's probably three key things that they look at in overarching all of that. And I'll do them in reverse order. How does the country in question process national security data? 2, how does the country in question handle onward transfers of data to other third countries? So would it be likely, for example, that if data were transferred to, European citizens' data were transferred to, let's say, Brazil, how likely would it be that Brazil would be able to provide the same level of safeguard in a transfer out of Brazil to another country as would be provided by the EU? So it's basically what's known as the sieve mechanism, right? Is the country that the data is being transferred in then going to be a sieve for it to go to anywhere else which isn't then safe? And the first and most fundamental is, does it have an independent data protection authority? And when it talks about independence, it means free of political interference, free of, and that goes to funding models. So, you know, well, I don't need to explain that, I don't think, but, you know, could the government arbitrarily decide they don't like the way that the Data Protection Authority is behaving and therefore cut its funding? If that's the case, it's not independent. Could political pressure be put on the Data Protection Authority to behave in a certain way, either through appointments or sanctions, etc., etc.? So, in the UK, for example, the Data Protection Commissioner is appointed nominally by the Queen. Effectively, it's by Parliament, but because of our constitution, which is going through all sorts of issues at the moment, that power resides in the Queen, although it's vested in Parliament. The point being that the Commissioner is appointed by a free and open, transparent process. There is a recommendation made by a government minister, but in practice it's very unlikely that the government minister would override the independent panel, and that recommendation then goes to the Queen, who makes the appointment, so it's Parliament, and the only way that the Commissioner can be removed is by an act in both houses of Parliament. So the current Commissioner, couldn't be removed if, for example, Boris Johnson decided he didn't like her. It would have to be an act in both houses of Parliament. So it's a critical thing of independence. So, I mean, that's a sort of longish way round of saying that the way that the Commission will look at an adequacy agreement with Brazil would be, the starting point would be, what does the LGPD look like? How closely do we think it matches our standards and safeguards? Does it provide provision for the things that I've just mentioned? But overriding all of that, it will want assurances, objective assurances, that the Data Protection Authority is independent. And it will probably also, it's independent and effective, so there will probably be issues there about resourcing, like, is it Can it cope with the amount of cases that it's going to get? Can it provide proper redress to the citizens I mean, primarily they'll be concerned with can it provide proper redress if there is a data breach of European citizens' data in Brazil, but a sort of a priori question they'll ask is it able to provide proper rights to data subjects who reside in Brazil, i.e. is it resourced well enough? So, I mean, that's quite a big issue for them. Can I pass on to someone else and I'll get my notes about Cederberg?
Maravilha. De maneira muito breve.
So
E aí, pensando
briefly, and some additional reflections about independence, its structure. The creation of a national authority where we create an option once that internal regimen, within 2 years we might consider the possibility to take that into a special agency. And the main problem is the sign that we give with the idea that within 2 years there will be a possibility of that conversion to be a certainty or budget economy. And I let it very clear. We live a time of fiscal crisis. In the logics of strategic central topics to a country, we should not think that a national constitution with a minimal infrastructure to its execution is that technically enough. If it were, we wouldn't need to think, in addition to have 5 directors, and we would not need to give any additional sign of autonomy once that we are taking that tube quite late. Thank God we are riding it, although we are late. We have countries, Latin American countries, which have a tradition in data protection that, after all, they are ahead of us. So in addition to the fact that Roy listed the constitutive elements, what in Europe would be understood as independence, my comments are, what sort of signs are we giving? We are giving a sign to postpone an important autonomy decision about the structure of the authority, and an important sign to which technical profile will help directors within their competences to execute their tasks. It's a set of signs that make us understand that we are a little bit far away from that idea of independence that we would like to present as international sign. However, we are in an important starting point. We have infrastructure, and we want to become more appropriated to European parameters, not only for international transfer, but for inter-exchange with organizations. And if there is anything else which is important to take from this session, there is something very important, which is cultural barrier. And by cultural barrier, first of all, what I mean, and this seminar is part of this effort, that is sensitization, sensibilization, and to get familiarized to those concerns, part of the legal document. And we can tell by the number of attendees here today. We had full house. There is a concern, courses are present, professionals as well. But more than that, we have to think that now, once you think about data protection, in reframe routines and platforms. And this is a huge challenge because we lawyers are not trained to consider systems interface. We are not skilled to think about users' experiences and things like that. But maybe from now on, it's high time we start worrying about it as part of data protection. That's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I can say a bit more. Thanks. So just back to the question about enforcement. Sorry, I do have to refer to notes here because I don't work on the investigations section. So it's quite complicated. So if we're talking about the Cambridge Analytica and Facebook case, which was the big one in the news, which resulted in the liquidation of Cambridge Analytica, it was a huge investigation. Just to give you some sort of indication, there were 172 organisations identified as being involved, 30 of which formed the main focus of the investigation, 71 witnesses of interest, i.e. were interviewed, 285 individuals who related to the investigation, 22 documents seized, 85 pieces of equipment, including servers, 700 terabytes of data, which is 52.5 billion pages of data. It took 40 ICO investigators, and we issued 31 information notices. It involved 58 overseas agencies, and as I mentioned earlier, 50 nations were involved. We executed 3 warrants, issued 2 monetary penalties and enforcement notices, and there was a criminal prosecution. I mean, that's huge, and I think it's possibly one of the biggest that's ever taken place. We recently have issued a large breach notice against British Airways, which I mean is out waiting for their comments, and we'll then go into the one-stop shop mechanism, but that's £185 million. That's a different sort of thing. So I think your question was about how you can respond to sort of allegations of electoral impropriety with data. It's like all of these things. I fear that if you like, the bad guys are always one step ahead, because the technology is sort of, it's the same as with cybercrime and all these sorts of things. That, you know, people exploit the technology possibly for ill before it's realised that it needs to be exploited for good. And so that's one of the things that I'm talking about, about our work in trying to get, you know, at least keep pace with the game, with the, you know, as we talked about the sandbox and the grants and apprenticeships and all that sort of work. We've currently got, there was a recent article about the way in which data may or may not have been harvested by the current government in the lead up to some of the in the run up to the next election. So there's talk about all of the data that so at the moment, if you go onto gov.uk, you go to a different place. So you might go to get your driving license, or you might go to get a European health insurance card, or you might go to pay your taxes, and that's all sort of held in different ways. Now, there's a recent allegation that the Prime Minister's office insisted that all that data be scraped into one place in 6 weeks. 6 weeks, it may or may not have escaped. Well, you won't have realised, but for those of us who live in the UK, 6 weeks is around about the time that we might be leaving the EU and having a general election. So why is there a rush for Number 10 to centralise all of this data? And the answer that they give is, well, it's because we want to make sure that we can provide a better user experience from the beginning of the process to the end of the process, all perfectly legitimate. Like the aims that the government states, because they may well be perfectly truthful aims, and the ICO is not involved in an investigation or anything at the moment, but it's just to give an illustration of the fact that there's this happening, and of course, immediately people start to think, well, why does it need to happen now, and why does it need to happen so quickly, and what's the ICO going to do? Answer, what is the ICO's locus here? Because it's an allegation in a newspaper report about something the government may or may not be doing. We don't know if anything is happening yet, so there's that. And then you have the whole other bit, which isn't within the ICO's regulatory powers, and I suspect won't be in the Brazilian authorities' regulatory powers, which is just, you know, sort of the rise of bot farms and general misinformation. So there's been a massive spike, for example, just after Boris Johnson lost his vote to to prevent him suspending Parliament. Within the next week, there was a huge spike in the thousands of exactly the same Twitter message appearing saying, Boris for PM, I back him 100%, you know, and there were thousands of them just all springing up, you know, presumably bot farms, who knows where they were set up, not within the ICO's remit. And anyway, I'm not really answering your question, I'm just saying it's a big issue and it requires a lot of sort of, again, I come back to my theme, I suppose, of regulatory cooperation and trying to work out what the best ways are of dealing with the sort of ever sort of expanding issue, which is that, you know, data and data innovation is clearly, if used in the right way, for the benefit of everyone. But there's increasing evidence that, certainly in the developed world, I think that it's being increasingly used not for good and creating not more problems that it solves, but definitely creating a whole raft of new problems we're not used to dealing with. And I think regulators are struggling to keep up with that.
Bom, deixa ele pôr o alto-falante, a gente vai aprender pelo menos com o lava-jato deles, o lava-dado deles.
Now I'd like to ask you for your closing remarks because we are running out of time. We have just little time left. I'd like to go back to Alex's comments. We have a set of negative signs about the independence of NPD, and there is a consensus that we needed an independent agency due to a number of political, financial issues. That was not possible, unfortunately. And we have today authorities within the federal public administration. I do not see that as a lost case, despite negative signs. Does law guarantee technical independence and decision autonomy to this entity? Even along to what Zé Antonio said, we are facing a time, 4 or 5 definite weeks for what that NPD will be. And once we are able to guarantee technicity of members of the board and director plan, and once that technicity is guaranteed, not necessarily we are facing a situation of unmet adequation, or if we are not able to have a transitional model in 2 years, everybody is gone. Everything is gone. Sorry. You mentioned Uruguay as being a regional reference in maturity, in legislation and culture for data protection. The Uruguayan legislation has a similar writing to LGPD. There is no financial autonomy by the entity, but there is a technical independence. The challenge now is to guarantee that with our NPD, that we are really able to take an independent action, checking personal data by the private sector, by this independence optics, by the public sector, to show that indeed that makes the law approved in its broadness and scope.
O timing do evento.
So this event is very timely, as we had to mobilize and to make much noise to guarantee that this independence will not be dead, but being effective.
Para terminar, eu me somo, acho que já tinha colocado isso na primeira fala e veio reafirmar.
Well, I re-emphasize that this is not just a matter of a sign, but how to have a law enforcement. How are we going to guarantee it if authorities, they cannot construct legitimacy in practical terms? And that can be done by its condition to be independent and to be able to execute its requirements. And even we may have it, we are facing a transition. we have to have an authority creation as quick as possible. But that may be done valuing an independent character of the authority. But that's not just the creation of authority. That structure is the technical body build up, solutions. I don't know if we have a qualified workforce at Anatel. It's key that there is a permanent structure, but that we can do whatever is possible to be done now. And finally, reinforce data protection national committee. This is a sign that the government can give. Once they do that in a dialogue with stakeholders, and are part of the debate of data protection, this is the idea of independence. And I hope that is reproduced in the discussion of regulations. And with that, we'll be able to see the law principles and to gain standardization and normatization to be able to answer and for people to be able to know how their rights can be guaranteed in practical terms. Thank you once again for the invitation. I am at your disposal, and I value all organizations which participate at this process to keep on debating within the committee, so the committee can be a place to subsidize these two agencies, which will be created as soon as possible. That is what we hope. Thanks for the invitation. Several aspects have been raised here, and there is a keyword, a buzzword, that we have to understand the urgency of this word, which is infrastructure or framework, this regimen for data protection. And if we want to have a country that has a strength in digital economy, if we want, and here I'm talking as a member of the federal government, if we want to have a digital public administration, if we want to have that process of digital transformation, which is one of the goals to offer 1,000 digital services to citizens, as we did with the international vaccination card, is key that such an infrastructure for data protection will be really robust, solid. After the work of authorities, which as part of an institutional process will be necessary in that development. So it makes sense considering attrition factors. CAD, when that became an autarky back in the 90s, it went through that process. It's natural that institutions, once they are created, that they interact to others, and that will lead to attrition, tension, stress, and we hope that they will be removed as quick as possible. In the case mentioned by Alexander, that took longer. Central bank resolution was not an easy and short-term resolution, but this is part of an institutional process that the Brazilian state goes through with some, as well as some other governments. But the key aspect is to see that regimen as a basic foundation to this new economy, which is not in the future, but is here now. It's knocking on our door. If we lag behind, we will pay a price that will interfere the progress of the country, innovation, and economic development will be interfered. Therefore, it's important that all players and stakeholders Participating at this endeavor will reinforce the priority and urgency of this theme, where the executive power and legislative power would play their role. Not just the vote, the presidential check and balances were done. The Congress still has to debate about that. So it's fundamental that we give more priority to this topic. And one final comment. Within those 45 topics, we have the one mentioning political representation, how data and electoral process interacts. And I'm not only at your disposal, but let me make a public, let me be provocative publicly. Anyone who'd like to collaborate and interact, feel free, please. We have to collaborate in that effort to have indeed a rather digital country with more citizens' access by smartphones, and where we may offer to future generations a more digital country with a high economic development. Thank you once again. Thank you all. Thank you to those who stayed till very late. I believe that this debate was very productive. Thank you so much. On behalf of CGI, you are all invited to come back tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Goodbye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.